Hi, Miss Franulak. How you doing?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. How are you?
I'm doing well. We're still waiting on Mr. Cripps, so we'll be with you getting going in a moment.
Okay, I'm not going anywhere.
All right. All right, can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
sir.
All right. State of Michigan versus Terrence Jordan, case 2205882701. State of Michigan versus Marquise Washington, case 2205882702. And State of Michigan versus Tyrese Huffman, case 22058820. Strike that, 2205882703. Today is the date set for continued preliminary exam. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Natea Scott on behalf of the people, P78816.
Good morning, Your Honor. Edward Taylor, P 7166, appearing on behalf of Mr. Huffman, sits behind.
And good morning, Judge David Cripps, P 34972, appearing on behalf of Terrence Michael Jordan Jr., who's here in court. State your name, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. Terrence Michael Jordan Jr.
Good morning.
And good,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Franny.
thank you. And good afternoon, Your Honor. Attorney Kiana Franulik, P73015. On behalf of Mr. Marcus Washington, I am appearing via Zoom due to medical reasons.
Excellent. Good afternoon, Ms. Franny. Mr. Washington, can you state your name for the record?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Marquise Washington.
All right, thank you, sir. And Mr. Huffman?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Tyrese.
All right, thank you, Mr. Huffman. Today is the date set for a continued exam. Anything before we get going, Ms. Scott?
No, Your Honor, the people are prepared to proceed.
I would continue on my request for a sequestration order.
All right, witnesses are to be sequestered. As to this, if there's anybody watching this on YouTube that's a potential witness, please turn this off. Please refrain from talking about the testimony while this case is still pending. Anything further?
Nothing, Mr. Huffman.
All right, Ms. Scott, you can call your next witness.
At this time, the people call the officer in charge of this case, Alexis Jackson.
Where is the jury?
He's right here.
Oh, okay. Is it Officer Jackson?
Officer Campbell.
Officer Campbell.
Yes.
Officer Campbell, can you raise your right hand? Do you promise to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you, officer. You have a seat in the box. No, I've got Campbell written down here, and then Ms. Scott. I thought it was a whole separate person.
No, it's my maiden name, Your Honor.
All right, you can continue.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you please state your name for the record?
Alexis Campbell.
And was it Jackson? Was the last name Jackson at some point?
Yes, that's my
Okay,
maiden name.
all right, thank you. And where do you work?
Detroit Police Department, Commercial Office Section.
And how long have you been doing that?
I've been an officer for 6 years.
How long have you been with the commercial auto theft section?
Since February this year.
Did you have occasion to become involved with an investigation involving a carjacking which occurred on April 9th, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you involved in the investigation on that date, or did you become involved later?
Later.
All right, do you recall the date that you became involved?
I believe I submitted my first warrant for this case, April 28th, 2022.
And at some point, did you become the officer in charge of the case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Based on your knowledge of the investigation, what type of vehicle was stolen?
Great.
Your Honor, there's no foundation for being able to talk about any stolen vehicle. I have no objection to what she was investigating, but the form of the question, we're disputing any vehicle, so.
Might want to ask for recording, so.
I'm sorry.
You might want to ask for recording, so.
That's fine.
Objection sustained.
All right, based on your knowledge of the investigation, what was the nature of the investigation?
An armed carjacking,
All right, and what type of vehicle?
a gray Chrysler 300.
And based on your knowledge of the investigation, were there any suspects arrested in connection with the stolen vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many?
3.
Did you come to know the names of those individuals?
Yes, ma'am.
And based on your knowledge of the investigation, was there any evidence taken from these individuals on the day?
I do object to this, Your Honor. Unless she's the one who searched these suspects or saw someone else search the suspects, it'd be hearsay. She would have no personal knowledge of it.
Ms. Young,
She can testify to her knowledge based on the investigation. As the officer in charge of this case, it is not hearsay because it's based on, it's for the purposes, it's effect on the listener. If there's some evidence that has been taken, my question is what she's done with this evidence. It's not that this evidence is not hearsay, Your Honor. It's not for the purpose, it's not for the matter of the truth asserted. It's based on what she did with the evidence.
But she can testify as to what some other officers did in terms of taking property off someone.
I didn't ask her.
so this guy, you just want to get to, was there some information, was there some evidence that you did an investigation as to where you need to go on this?
Based on your investigation, were you, did you want to look into any evidence that was taken?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you want to look into?
I wanted to look into the phones.
So you, knew there were some phones taken from where?
From their person.
Objection, Your Honor, again. She's,
Sustained.
All right. So you were specifically concerned with, cell phones?
Yes, ma'am.
How many cell phones?
I was concerned about two of the 3 phones that were recovered.
Why?
Because I wanted to see what evidence I could extract from this phone.
Okay. And were the phones placed into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you take those phones out of evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And these particular phones, did they have evidence tag numbers?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. The 2 phones that were placed into evidence that you took out of evidence, starting with the first one, what was the last number of that phone?
3.
And what was the last number of the second phone?
4.
What did you find out after, what did you want to find out from those phones?
I wanted to get the number and the names associated with the phones.
I'm sorry, you wanted to get the numbers and what
Names.
associated with those phones?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, how did you go about doing that?
I prepared a search warrant to have the phones extracted.
All right, is that the same as the phone dump?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you do the phone dumps yourself or do you send that to someone else?
I send it to someone else. Ma'am.
Were you granted a search warrant for both of the phones?
Yes.
Once the search warrant was granted, what did you do with the phones?
I took the phones to Detective Markle at Homicide to have them extracted.
Were they extracted?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she provide you with the contents of the dump?
Yes, ma'am.
How?
On disc.
At this time, and did you provide that disc to the people?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you have a chance to look at the contents of that disc?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you looked at the contents of the disc, was it purported to be the dump received from Markle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the people move to admit People's Exhibits 4. I'm sorry. No, yes, 4 and 5, although it's one disc, These are the phone dumps from evidence tag number ending in .3 and evidence tag number ending in .4.
On behalf of Mr. Jordan, I would object. There's no foundation that has any relevancy.
And on behalf of Mr. Washington, I object as well, even though there's no foundation laid for Mr. Washington in regards to the cell phone dumps, as well as any alleged evidence on it that is even tied to this investigation, solely that there was some cell phone dumps.
All right, at this time, I'm going to hear the evidence, the objections overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I would just like to make a record that Officer previously testified that Officer Stuckey is the one who testified, and he put the evidence tag numbers. I'm only making a record because we've had multiple.
Making record, it's okay.
We've had multiple dates of testimony, but I'm just reviewing. Officer Stuckey testified and put both numbers on the record that he collected this evidence. Evidence tag number ending in 2204090328.3, evidence tag number 2204090328.4. He stated that he took those two cell phones from Mr. Jordan's person on August 9th at the time of the arrest trial. So that's the .3 and the .4 that I was talking about earlier. Now, you said that you wanted the telephone number and the names from these cell phones. Why is the telephone number so important?
Because I can use that phone number to submit other search warrants to retrieve more evidence towards my case.
Like what?
Like locations that this phone number was at.
What about subscriber information? Were you able to get that from telephone numbers?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you actually, based on your investigation, were you able to get subscriber information from these telephone numbers?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you do that?
I searched the numbers in Clear
Okay,
and retrieved the subscriber.
so what did you do once you found out who the subscriber was for each phone?
Submitted search warrants.
So let's start with .3. You submitted a search warrant for the telephone, the cell phone ending in evidence tag number .3.
Yes, ma'am.
I thought we've been discussing .4 and .5.
She said .3 and .4 were the evidence tag numbers, exhibits or exhibit 4 and exhibit 5.
Correct.
Or the exhibit numbers. 4 and 5, I see.
Now, you said you submitted a search warrant to get the subscriber information. Was the search warrant granted?
Yes.
All right. And for evidence tag number ending in .3, once you got that subscriber information, did you what did you do?
Once I received the subscriber information,
Yes.
I submitted a search warrant for the subscriber.
To the subscriber?
Yeah, to the subscriber.
Okay. And did you get some information back from that particular subscriber for .3?
Yes, I got,
Give me 1 second. And approach, Your Honor.
You can.
I'm approached with what has been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 6. approach him with the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Officer Campbell, I'm gonna ask you to take a look at that document. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that I just handed you?
The certificate of authenticity from AT&T.
All right, and what does that purport to be? What's a certificate of authenticity?
It's just a letter from the custodian of records, authenticating the records that they sent to me.
All right, so they sent you a certification, did they also send you some records?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and who's the subscriber?
AT&T.
Now, did you review the information that was returned with the certification?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me ask you this, is it signed by someone who's the custodian of records?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and does the certification say that the records are kept in course, the course of regularly conducted activity?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you review the records that came with the certification?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Yeah, at this time, the people move in accordance with MRE 902, the certificate of authenticity from AT&T, which, well, let me ask you this. Once you got the records back, did you recognize any information in these records related to the suspects that you were submitting the records for?
Yes, the name,
What name is on those records?
Marquise Washington.
I couldn't hear, I'm sorry.
Marquise Washington.
And is there a telephone number associated with that, with those records?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you recognize about the telephone number?
It's the same as the number that was extracted during the phone number.
All right, move for the admission of people Exhibit 6, Your Honor. This is a certificate of authenticity of business records, which the OIC has testified that these records are kept in a schedule of regularly conducted activity. It is signed by the custodian of records, and it suffices to be what it purports to be according to this custodian, and the records submitted with the certificate. And I think it's appropriate under MRE 902. It satisfies the foundational elements and the authenticity requirements.
Mr. Grips?
Who's it being offered against? Into evidence.
She's already stated.
Marquise Washington.
Okay, well, I would object to its use against my client, Terrence Jordan.
Ms. Scott, do you have a response?
Your Honor, it comes in under 902. If there's anything that's incriminating about his client, Your Honor, these are the records that come from the custodian at AT&T, that these are records of what they're purported to be. If there's some incriminating information about this client, Your Honor, it still comes in. The court can give whatever weight it wants to give to it. It doesn't go to admissibility, it goes to the weight that the court gives to it, or whether or not it is indeed his client that was communicating with his AT&T records.
So this exhibit is reported to come in as to both defendants or all three defendants?
It comes in as to Marquise Washington. He's the subscriber from AT&T. These are the subscriber records from AT&T as to his client. But if his client communicated with someone, Terrence Jordan, in these, if that comes out in the evidence.
So what I'm saying is, if there is something in this evidence that relates to another person here, why wouldn't the exhibit just be used as to all three?
Well, it can be, but his name is solely for as the subscriber
As a
information from
subscriber.
AT&T.
But my guess is this is going to be passed who the phone belongs to, but information that was collected from that record. So I would imagine the exhibit comes in as to everybody.
People would agree.
Okay.
I don't know how that comes in against Mr. Jordan. What we have so far is a search warrant for a subscriber, records for the authenticity of the custodian of the records, I guess showing that they're legitimate records, I get that.
Yeah, so I think we're just
And we-
kind of
and we
ahead of
have-
ourselves.
Mr. Washington's name associated with it, but nothing whatsoever regarding my clients. I don't believe it'd be relevant to get a case against my client.
So as to, I guess, exhibit 6, which is the record of, authentication of who the phone is subscribed to. And Mr. Cripps, you're right, but going beyond that, if I get something else related to someone else, I'm gonna consider that. And that's an objection we made when the evidence comes through, or if it comes through. But then, I'll make that I will make that ruling then. But as to who the phone belongs to, or I shouldn't say who the phone belongs to, who the subscriber is listed from the phone, and the records kept by AT&T, then I guess your objection is sustained as to to exhibit 6, as to that authentication record.
Thank you.
Your Honor, just as to Mr. Washington, I have no objection for purposes of preliminary examination.
All right, thank you, Ms. Frenulek. You go ahead, Ms. Scott.
Thank you. So is the certification admitted or not?
Yes, exhibit
What
6.
is now you've already given the name, what is the telephone number associated with that account, with the AT&T account?
It's gonna be 313-765-7408.
Let's talk about,
I got one thing, I'm sorry to stop you, Ms. Scott. This is still as to the phone on evidence tag and then in the 3.
yes,
All right. 3.
let's talk about evidence tag and then in point 4. Did you petition the subscriber for cell phone records?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. May I approach that?
And
May I approach the witness?
yes.
Approaching with what has been marked as people's proposed second. Do you recognize the document I just handed you?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
A certification letter from the custodian of records that she won.
All right. And what is that custodian of records, what is it certifying?
It's just it's just a record, a letter from the custodian of records authenticating the records that I received.
So that's the authentication authoring the search warrant that you submitted to them to get the records for evidence tag number ending in point 4?
It's a leading question, brother.
Oh, go ahead.
Yes,
All right. And that's the certification that you received back.
yes, ma'am.
Is that certification signed?
Yes, ma'am.
And in addition to that certification, did you receive anything else?
I received phone number and a name associated with this, with what I requested.
Okay, did you receive call detail records?
I did.
And is that certification saying that the call detail workers are what they purport to be?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that certification say that it's used in the ordinary course of business, those records are kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it signed by the custodian?
Yes.
Who's the custodian of record?
But object to this, Your Honor, there's no foundation for this. I don't know where this is coming.
Who the custodian of record is?
Yes, I don't know. There's no foundation how she would know this.
I should know who the custodian of record, when did you be on the,
If she's reading from the exhibit, I guess.
well, I guess you wanna ask who was it signed by?
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Well, you asked who was
Okay.
the keeper of the records, but, right, who was it signed by versus the actual person?
Who's the custodian? So who signed that certificate as the custodian of record?
Barbara Smith.
All right. And did you have an opportunity to review the in addition to the certification, did you review the records that were submitted with the certification?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you recognize, answer me this. Is there any names associated with anyone in the case for which you were investigating?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a phone number associated with that person?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, move for the admission of people, what's the phone number, I'm sorry?
The phone number is 826-9397.
And is there, what was the name of the person associated with that?
Again, there's no foundation how she would ever know a name associated with that phone number. Unless I'm missing something there. Where's this coming from? And to me, there's a missing link here, how she can tie all this together from just looking at the records. Because I don't think the records themselves reflect what she's already testified to.
Ms. Scott, you can answer this.
So, Your Honor, the name is associated with a phone number which is on the same document. So the link is the name and the phone number. And my follow-up question was the phone number, what name, I'm sorry. So I asked her what the phone number was to the accountant, whether she recognized that. She said yes. Then my question was going to be if she recognized the name. I asked her, was that phone number associated with someone in this case? And she said yes.
Well, I guess my question is, I have not seen the document. If the phone company provides a name, when we say associated, are we talking about name of the person associated with the account? Is that the subscriber or the person that purported to subscribe to this phone? Or that's the phone company's records?
So the officer charged can answer that question.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Cripps, your objection is,
Well, as I understand it, his name's a person's name is nowhere within these records. So I don't know how there's a missing link here as to how she can be able to testify that a name, a number is associated with the call detail record she has.
Your Honor, all that's required under MRE 902 for certification is that the record was made at the time by a person with knowledge, the record was kept in the ordinary course of business, and that is the regular practice of the activity of that business to keep this record. It does not matter what is contained in the
so
document,
my question is, where are we getting the name associated with this phone?
because that comes from the subscriber information that she's getting from T-Mobile. She's already testified that when she submitted the
So is that information something that T-Mobile ordered to authenticate with your exhibit 7?
the OIC can answer that question.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Move for the mission of People's Exhibit 7.
I still object. How is that, there's no foundation being laid, how it's associated?
So
That
And Your
contained
Honor,
within-
I would object as well. I
I
mean,
guess-
there's no link.
If it's contained within the record, that wouldn't be objecting. But the record I just looked at has nobody's name on it.
So that's why I'm confused then, because I just got an answer that said that the name was contained within the record, and it's not.
That's the
What
exhibit I
name?
just looked at.
Is there a name contained in that record?
The name listed up under subscriber name is B-Multi.
And how do you recognize that name?
I recognize that name as being a known nickname for one of the defendants.
All right.
Well, again, I object to that.
Let
There's
me,
no
let me
foundation.
ask a follow-up.
Stop both of this, because I'm just asking basic questions, and I'm asking them of you, Ms. Scott, not as testimony right now.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so if there is a name establishing the record, then the witness can answer what that name is. If we're getting into other things about what this looks like and how this relates, then, that's, of course, then, we haven't gotten there yet. And there's a foundation that's gonna have to be laid as to that. But if there's a name associated with those records that is in that record, then I'll hear it. But Mr. Cripps indicated to me that it was not in that record. So are you guys looking at the same exhibit, or what am I missing here?
We are looking at the same exhibit, Your Honor, and based on the testimony of the witness, she has just testified that the subscriber information contains a name. She said that that name was B. Moti. I asked her how she recognized that name.
So stop right there. There's a name associated with the records of B. Moti,
Yes,
and I'm sorry, Officer Campbell. Is that initial B or BEE? What?
Just the letter B, Your Honor.
B, and then last name Moti?
So it's BMO and space TEE.
B-M-O-TT, and that's what's listed under the subscriber information from T-Mobile.
Your Honor, there's no dashes. There's B, the letter B, the letter M, and the letter O together, a space, and then the letter T, the letter E, and the letter E again next to each other.
B-M-O-T-E-E, B-M-O space T-E-E.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
let's do this.
So
I'll hold the
one
court
second,
room.
Ms. Scott.
I'm sorry.
So I got BMOTE is listed in the subscriber information. Mr. Cripps, do you have an objection as to that information coming in, right?
No, she said it's in the records of BMOT, and I don't object to that.
All
I
right,
do object to the follow-up question she asked.
all right. What is the follow-up question?
How this witness could ever associate that with any individual?
Well, we'll see.
We're about to-
And before we go further, Ms. Frank, I stopped you. You were in the middle of an objection.
Yes, John, I mean, my objection was basically along with brother counsel in regards to not having a name in the record that ties to anyone. So for the purposes of exam, I mean, I don't object to the name that's being stated, but if there's additional follow-up questions, or I will possibly be objecting to those.
All right. So at this time, your objection is overruled. Ms. Scott, you have a next question.
Whose objection is overruled?
Ms. Franklin's objection is overruled.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I didn't have it. Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach with this, Your Honor?
You can.
I'm approaching with what has been marked as people's proposed exhibits 8 and 9. Let's talk about the information that you received from proposed exhibit 7. The information that you received from proposed exhibit 7, as far as the subscriber name or user information, did you recognize that name?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you saw that name, what did you do with that name?
I reviewed a social media account with the same name.
All right, but in order to review that social media account, what do you need in order to get into those records?
A search warrant.
Did you prepare a search warrant using that name that you got out of people's proposed 7, BMOT? Did you get a search warrant in order to review the social media records of this particular name?
Yes, ma'am.
You submitted that search warrant, was it granted?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive some information back from the social media carrier?
Yes.
Who is that?
Meta Platforms, ma'am.
I couldn't hear you, I'm sorry.
Meta Platforms.
People just handed you proposed exhibit 8 and 9, what is that?
8 is the certificate of authenticity from Meta Platforms,
Saying what?
just authenticating the records that they gave to me, returned to me after my search warrant.
All right,
was granted.
so you wanted to, and does Meta have multiple social media platforms?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what social media platform are you trying to get the records for from this search warrant?
This was Instagram.
All right, so so you're saying that Meta honored the search warrant and provided you records from Instagram, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
For what user account?
For BMOT.
And you said that BMOT name was also found in what other records that you received?
That was also found with the T-Mobile records that I requested.
Move for division of People's Exhibit 7, People's Exhibit 8, and People's Exhibit 9. Your Honor, People's Exhibit 7 is the subscriber information from T-Mobile. The officer just testified that she took that subscriber information and submitted records to Meta, also known as Instagram, in order to get records for the account associated with the name she knows as BMOT. And let me ask you a follow-up question. Do you know that name to be associated with an individual in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Who?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, this is the same objection I had. There's no foundation how she would know. This is
And
pure
I joined in
speculation.
the same objection, Your Honor.
How do you know that that name is associated with Terrence Jordan?
Ms. Scott,
I'm sorry.
Well, objection, Your
I'm
Honor.
sorry.
Lead. She just gave the officer name.
I didn't give the name, she gave the name of Terrence Jordan. I never said, I said, was it associated with someone in this case? There's 3 individuals.
But she hasn't, this officer hasn't stated anybody's name at this point.
she just did what everybody was talking
When
about.
I objected to her.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, so we're not there yet. So, Ms. Scott, you have an answer to the objection.
The objection is that the records are certified by the custodian of records that they are what they purport to be.
No, not as to the records, as to, do you know this person by any other name? Do you know the name BMOT associated with anyone in this case?
Yes, based on her investigation, she's the officer in charge of this case. She's investigating these people, Your Honor. She said that she recognizes that name as an Instagram user. Can I ask one more question about the records that she has? The record that you received from Meta, is there an email address associated with that account?
Yes, ma'am.
What email address is that?
I believe it is.
Objection to
No, I have
Objection,
it.
speculation.
Is there an email address?
So, Officer Campbell, do you have the email or do you believe you have it?
I have the email, Your Honor.
Okay, the objection is overruled.
What's the email address associated with the account?
Terrence M. Jordan 22 @gmail.
You have a telephone number in that same record, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You have an email address with this same record, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I'm sorry to stop you, Ms. Scott. This is coming from the T-Mobile.
Meta,
This is coming from Meta. The email and the phone number,
yes.
okay,
And I didn't hear the name.
of the email
Yes,
or the account.
the email.
What is the email associated with the, that Meta indicated?
Your Honor, it's Terrence M. Jordan 23 @gmail.com.
So to answer the objection, Your Honor, it goes to weight, not admissibility. The evidence comes in, but the court can give whatever weight it deems appropriate to whether or not it is connected to any individual. in
Yeah, I'm
this.
not even talking about the actual exhibits. The email was to, I mean, not the email, the objection was to, the officer making the conclusion that she knows a nickname of somebody in the, one of the defendants. As far as the exhibits are confirmed, you gave me an email, you gave me a phone number, and you gave me an alias. I got some things to work with right here, you know, just run straight.
I get that, Your Honor, but, and she's the officer in charge of the case, she's done this investigation, so that's why, and she can testify for her opinion. If she believes that it's associated with him, she can give her opinion as to who it's associated to, as an officer of the court.
I'm saying I don't need that.
Oh, okay, I understand. Thank you. So for the record, that's People's Exhibit 9 is the last exhibit you have.
I've got exhibit 8 was the certification from Meta. I don't know what 9 is.
9 are the actual records from the certification, that those are records are what they're certified to, what they're purported to be.
Okay.
Can I approach, Your Honor?
You can.
I'm approaching what has been marked as proposed exhibit 10 and 11. I'm gonna ask that you take a look at what I just handed you there. Do you recognize what I just handed you in People's Proposed 10? What is that?
Certificate of authenticity from Meta Platforms.
How do you get that?
Through a search warrant I submitted.
And what was the search warrant based on?
The search warrant was based on a particular account that I was looking into.
All right. Did you receive some records in addition to that certification?
Yes,
Based on the certification and the records that you received, is there a, I just 1 minute here. Is there a telephone number associated with that Meta account that you recognized?
yes, ma'am.
And how did you recognize the telephone number?
So the telephone number was familiar to me through one of the phones that I had dumped in this case.
All right. And can I have that exhibit? Madam Clerk, Your Honor.
And
So there's a telephone number that you recognize from the Meta certification, and how did you recognize that telephone number?
It's the same number as the number extracted from one of my phones in my search warrant for this case.
Okay. And what phone was that?
The phone on evidence tag 3.
All right. Is there any other identifying information in those records? Is there an email?
Yeah, there's an email associated with this.
What's the email address?
oneupmar@gmail.com.
I really couldn't understand that one. I got the what up part.
ONEUPMAR@gmail.com. The number 1 is spelled out.
So for the record, these records came from Meta and they're certified by the custodian of records.
Yes, ma'am.
And who signed the certification?
John Finberg, custodian of records.
Move for the admission of People's Exhibits 10 and 11, Your Honor. This is the meta certification and the records associated with that meta certification.
I just fail to see how they're any relevant to the case against Mr. Jordan, so I would object.
Overruled for previous, are you previously stated, are you moving to amend 8 and 9?
Yes, I already did that, Your Honor.
Actually, I had them as proposed. I didn't admit them, so
I did 7, 8, and 9 together. I asked the court to admit 7, 8, and 9 together.
I think you presented 7, 8, 9. So I'm just a little confused. So for the record, is there any other objections to admitting 7, 8, 9 that have not been stated?
Yes, Your Honor.
I don't have them as admitted.
I don't see how they have anything to do with Terrence Short. I don't understand any proposed link between the motif and an email address of Terrence M. Jordan. I just don't see how it'd be relevant against my client.
And
They haven't seen it even claim, the client's father has.
Well, I am going to admit the exhibits, understanding that these were starting with the phone records extracted from a telephone reportedly taken from the folks involved in this incident. But the email address related to that could possibly be related to the same spelling of the name as one of the defendants as well, on top of a phone number that's associated with the phone number that led to a that was associated with the Instagram account as to that same email address. I believe that there's a close enough connection to consider this evidence, so I'm going to admit the exhibit.
Just for the record, my client's actual name is Terrence Michael Jordan Jr.
Really noted. Yep, that's fair. It's got a very common name. I've got a very common name, but here we are. Comes from one phone, one email address, one incident. I think that's something I got to weigh. So I admit 7, 8, and 9 as to exhibits 10 and 11. Any objection? Anybody want to speak to 10 or 11? Ms. Franulette, in particular.
Your Honor, I object to them as regards to Mr. Washington. There's nothing that ties any of that information or evidence to him at all.
All right. For the same reasons, I am going to admit the exhibit. Phone number 7468 was, as we can tell from exhibit 6 and 7, was related to a subscriber by the name of Marquise Washington. This was the phone number from that Meta indicated was associated with that account. So I'm going to admit the exhibit.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
And I just wanted to note my objection to the admission against Terrence Jordan.
Yes.
And I'm joining this objection.
Objection is noted for both Terrence Jordan and Mr. Huffman as to exhibits 10 and 11.
Thank you, Your Honor.
May I publish to the court, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm sorry, the court's in the please for one moment. I need to keep it together so the court can accurately follow. I'm gonna ask to share my screen. We're about to actually review. The meta records came with approximately over 1,000 pages, but I'm only gonna review specific pages for the court.
You have those marked off for, defense counsel?
I do, and I sent them to both in an email.
But that's different than what's being admitted.
I thought the exhibits were admitted.
The exhibits these are the exhibits.
Okay.
It's the business record and the certification. The business record is the exhibit.
I'm just saying that the specific, she said, I marked it off for specific areas for the court. The totality of the thousands of pages we received aren't specifically indicated. Hopefully, that was what I was asking.
No, I sent a separate email to defense counsels telling them which pages out of that 1,000-page document I would be publishing to the court.
Did you guys get a copy of that? I just want to make sure that we're all looking at the same thing.
Yes, right. I've received all the emails from Ms. Scott.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
You can.
Thank you.
Ms. Scott, which exhibits are you publishing for the record?
Right now, I'm publishing
Yes.
People's Exhibit 11. The court has the exact pages that I'm publishing within that exhibit.
In front of me, just want to make sure I got this right. I got 6, 7, 8, 9. Six, 7, 8, 9. Okay.
You should have 10 and 11 as well. I put them under, I have point 3 and point 4 as to relate to the evidence tag numbers.
Okay, section 3. Okay, I got it.
All right. It actually should be under point 4. But if not, I might have.
No, I got them under point 3. I didn't look there first.
Okay. Let's go to. I'm going to ask to share my screen. You know what? Actually, I'm going to need that exhibit background. I need the OIC to follow that exhibit 11.
It's under here, under it's towards the bottom.
Oh, nope, you don't. Sorry, I do have it. I'm sorry. I'm going to just share my screen with the court. And Officer Campbell, I'm gonna ask you to look at the screen.
Can I move a little closer? I can't see.
Sure, you can move as close as you need.
And just for the record, these are the records associated with, which, Instagram user?
BMOT,
And, what was the, email address?
Terrence M. Jordan 23 at Gmail.
All right. And, you said there was a telephone number associated with that account. Do you recognize that telephone number?
Yes, I do.
From where?
From another carjacking case that I'm the OIC of.
Okay. Let's go to page 207. What do we have here?
You have you have a handgun.
All right. And
Well, Judge, I would object to the officer commenting on the exhibits. It's for the court to determine what's in these exhibits.
Yeah, it's fair enough. Look at the exhibits.
Okay.
As they are. But I think I lost number 11. You still got that one or?
No, Your Honor, I left it in the.
Okay, you still need it.
No, I put it up here, Your Honor. It's behind,
let's go to page 218. What's significant about this page?
So at the bottom of that page, I observed, a username YTNR messaging the account BMOT. Do you know somebody that'll buy a 300S?
All right. And that's at the bottom of page 218 or 219?
That's the bottom of 218 now.
All right. And
Sorry.
then how many messages is that down?
I'm sorry, Ms. Scott. Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm trying to catch up.
The page number's on the top of the page. May I approach the court, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can I see the exhibit?
Oh, of course.
Now we got it.
It's with 4. It must be with 4.
Okay.
The page number is at the top, Your Honor, in blue.
218.
Yes.
I gotta make sure I got this right where this is actually from. Because it's listed under Exhibit 9, which is the phone associated or the meta account associated with phone number 9397.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right.
Now, is there an author? Tell the court what, you just, the text, you said the text message at the bottom. How far down is the text message?
3 from the bottom.
All right. Is there an author?
Yes, ma'am.
And, is there a date?
Yes, ma'am.
What's the date?
April 7th, 2022.
All right. And what was the date of the, do you recall the date that the investigation is entailing regarding the stolen vehicle?
April 9th,
All right.
2022.
All right. And what was the message that was sent?
Who knows somebody that'll buy a 300S?
All right. What other pages did you review in connection with this investigation that were of importance to you?
219,
What message were you reading?
the author, BMOT asked, you gotta pick, question mark.
All right, is there a message before that?
On 219, I mean, on 218 now?
219, is there a message before the message from BMOT?
From BMOT?
No,
Oh, to BMOT, yes, ma'am.
what's that message?
Ain't trying to be riding around in that BTC. So gonna have to get it going as soon as I get it.
All right, and is there a time stamp associated with this date?
Yes,
What time is that?
the universal time is 1742.
And is that considered military time?
No, ma'am,
What time is that considered?
that's universal time.
Okay, how is that, related to normal time?
I'm not sure of the actual hours.
Okay. All right, what was the next message that drew your attention?
The one where the author BMOT asked for a pick.
All right, what date was that?
That was April 7th.
All right, what was the next, message that got your attention?
The actual pick that was sent from YTMR
Where's the actual pic?
on page 220.
All right. Is that the page 220 there, that's, on the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What was the next message that, do you know what that's a picture of?
That's a picture of a gray 300, gray Chrysler 300.
All right. What was the next message that got your attention?
So the next message was 22.
And what was there?
It's a picture of a gray 300
All right. And that was sent from which account?
that was sent from YTMR.
All right, and that was sent to BMOT?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what was the next message that got your attention?
At the bottom of 222, it said from BMOT. A message from him caught my attention.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
A message from BMOT at the bottom of 222 caught my attention.
And what was it?
He said, BMOT says, yeah, I got some MF we could sell to.
All right, what was the next message that caught your attention?
225. At the bottom. From author, BMOT.
At the bottom?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what was the message?
What's up with that 300?
What date was that sent?
April 7th,
All right, what was the next message that got your attention?
226.
Is that the page?
Yes, at the top of 226. A message from YTMR.
It says what?
It's on the flow. FR, just gotta find a way to have them pop out.
Wait, I'm sorry, I
Okay,
missed
I
it.
don't- I think I must have skipped that page. You said 226?
226 at the,
Okay. Does the court have that in its exhibit?
226?
Yes.
I go from 225 to 230.
All right, I need to make a copy of,
I have 226 if you'd like me to share my screen.
sure.
I think,
Not by error on it. Do I have to unshare my screen in order to allow her to share her screen?
Yes.
Can everyone see
Okay.
it?
Yes. Officer Campbell, which message were you referring to on page 226?
The one at the very top, it's sent from YTMR, but the name is on the previous page.
Okay. And the message states what?
It's on the flow, FR, just gotta find a way to have them pop out.
All right. What's the next message that caught your attention?
The author B Moti asking
What page?
26.
Open 'em up,
what's the-
Go ahead with order. QL78. Have a marble order? Yeah.
All right, we can just go forward with this, her exhibit, because it's just gonna be too much. Okay, so at the you said at the bottom of 226?
No, the message right up under here where he asked,
Oh, what does the message say?
it's a little nigga, question mark.
All right, what's the next message that got your attention?
The next message was the pictures of 227.
Okay, can we go to 227, Attorney Franklin? I'm just gonna stay with this exhibit.
Yeah, I'm scrolling. I'm just gonna scroll a little slower to make sure it doesn't skip.
Thank you.
Can everyone see it?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Franula.
You're welcome.
Do you have it, Officer Campbell?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what was the next message that caught your attention?
A picture of a grade 300.
All right. and what
I
page is
object
that?
to the interpretation of what it is for the court to make that determination.
It's fair enough. I see the picture.
Do you have experience you work with cats, right?
Yes, I work commercial auto theft section.
All right, have you had 300 stolen before that you've investigated?
Yes,
About how many?
about over 50.
All right, so you will recognize the 300 if you saw it before?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and is that what you see in this picture here?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, she can give her opinion based on her experience in the car auto theft unit of what 300 looks like.
Okay, and for the record, I'm not an expert on autos, but I know what a 300 looks like, and I know what a grade looks like. Looks like a grade 300 in that picture.
Well, the reason it's objecting, the original photo we saw, there was just of an engine. Now I can see the whole vehicle.
Oh, that's true. All right. Go ahead.
What's the next message that drew your attention?
The pictures to follow. 229.
Okay.
229.
And- All right, and what was the next message that drew your attention?
231.
To say 271.
231? Is that correct, Officer Campbell?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and who is this message from? Which account?
So this message is sent from YTMR
To who?
to B Moti.
All right, what was the next one that drew your attention?
The message is on page 232. And it's from YTMR. He said, "This what dogging it now."
All right, what day was that sent?
April 7th, 2022.
All right, what was the next message that drew your attention?
Author B Moti asks, "Man, where he at?"
The next message that drew your attention.
YTMR said he put his 300 up and hopped in a scat.
What time, what day was that sent?
April 7th.
What was the next message that caught your attention?
YTMR says, finna see what BTC I'm finna have hit him up.
All right, where was that message at?
Towards the middle of the page from YTMR.
Okay, what was the next message that drew your attention?
Where YTMR asks, that's SRT, that's SRT 300.
Okay, next message that drew your attention?
Author BMOT says, this, so it's not a charger, looks like 300.
Where is that message? Because is it on the
Oh,
same
sorry.
page or a different page?
233, ma'am.
To what?
233,
233 at the top of the page.
Bottom or the top?
the very top.
Okay, and the message said what?
This, so it's not charger, look like 300.
Okay, what's the next message that drew your attention?
From author BMOT, finna find sale, I was doing something.
What else? Oh, that was the that message, okay, I'm sorry. What was the next message that drew your attention?
On page, 272.
272?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, which message drew your attention?
From author YTMR, 3 messages down. It says 300 play in motion,
What time was that, what day was that sent?
April 9th.
What page was that?
That's 272 now.
What was the next message that drew your attention?
From YTMR, it said, if y'all trying to grab it.
And what day was that?
April 9th, 2022.
All right. And what was the next message starting with the date that drew your attention?
I don't have the page. I don't have the,
Rest of 272?
yes, I have the rest of 272.
Which page are you talking about that drew your attention?
This was on pages 1267 and after.
Okay. Attorney Franklin, do you have 1267 and after?
I got 67.
1267?
1266 and 1267.
Yep.
Okay. Officer, if you can just look at the screen, which message up there drew your attention?
On 1267. Yeah.
1267, okay.
What time, I'm sorry, what day was this message?
I don't,
Can you see it on the exhibit? It's
Yeah.
on the screen?
That's 67, I'm in the witness.
so on here is a message from author BMOT that says SRT 300 OTF.
And what day was that sent?
This was sent, April
Uh-oh.
10th, 2022.
All right.
What was that date again?
April 10th, 2022,
Thank you.
Based on your training experience, do you know what OTF means?
on the floor.
What was the next message that drew your attention? Do you know, what do you know on the floor means?
Yes,
I would object to this interpretation of this. It is what it is in terms of what OTF, I get that. But do you have further interpretation of it? It's just wild speculation, Your Honor.
I would concur without objection, Your Honor. I would just ask that plain language meaning be applied.
Sustained.
What's the next message that drew your attention?
author Boogeyman 2X says, let me see.
What's the next message that drew you, what day was that?
April 10th, Universal Time, 1:34.
All right. What was the next message that drew your attention?
The next message was a picture on 1268, sorry.
And what was that a picture of?
It's the picture of the rear end of a 300 and a license plate.
Based on your knowledge of the investigation, what was the license plate of the vehicle that was reported stolen on April 9th, 2022?
Ma'am, I can't recall it off the top of my head.
All right. What was the next message that drew your attention?
A picture on 1270.
$70?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What's that a picture of?
The picture of a rim.
Okay. What was the next picture? I'm sorry. What was the next message that drew your attention?
A picture on 1272.
All right. And what else drew your attention?
Message on 1273.
Do you have your investigative report with you?
No, I don't. ma'am.
Where would it be?
It's on the seat out in the hallway next to.
All right. What was the next message that drew your attention?
It was down the page some now.
On what page?
On 1273. It was down some,
At the bottom of the page?
going towards the bottom of the page.
All right. You just need to be specific so the attorney can find it. Let's see.
That's. So before, okay. So above that is a message that says, you know, somebody with a box for sale. From Boogeyman 2X.
A box for sale? Oh, there we go.
Yes.
All right.
On April 30th.
And why is that important?
Because I know this to be a street slang for a pro bag.
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection.
Well, what's the next message that caught your attention?
Objection sustained.
Was author B Moti saying, asking smart pro question mark.
All right. What's the next message that drew your attention?
The boogeyman 2X says pro pad. How much you got?
All right, what was the next message that drew your attention?
A message from BMOT that says, oh no, I only FW smart girl.
You know what FW stands for?
Again, Your Honor, objection.
Sustain.
John, she can give her opinion.
Well, she hasn't been certified as an expert in street slang.
An expert,
That's street slang?
a layperson can give their.
Well, we don't know what it is. I mean, words can have a lot of different interpretations.
And Your Honor, I would object along with a similar basis in that slang is not the same even in every neighborhood. So any alleged belief of what it may be could still be different based upon crew, clique, block, gang, group, friends, etc.
I'm interpreting it as fuck with, so we're just gonna keep going.
All right, what's the next message that drew your attention?
Boogeyman 2X, that's the one that bypassed shit, question mark.
Next message that drew your attention?
From author BMOT, yeah, that's the best one.
Next message?
Where BMOT, ask, ain't no fashion around.
All right, what day was that sent?
That was sent on the 30th.
All right, what was the next message that drew your attention?
The Boogeyman 2X, your man's got a Durango.
All right, what's the next message?
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to object because at this point, we're not seeing any relevance to the actual case unless she's going to tie it in based on why it drew her attention instead of us just going text by text. Right now, we are almost 21 days or so past the alleged offense. There's no discussion at this point or photos that are indicating a 300, and it's just going on. At this point, it's just excessive. So unless she's going to tie it in with follow-up questions as to why this was brought to her attention, I'm not seeing the relevance.
Ms. Scott,
So let me ask you this.
well, as to the objection. You have a response.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, it's relevant because one of the things I have to prove for carjacking and actually armed robbery is intent. And these messages are showing the intent of the individuals who are, and I'll let the court give whatever weight it wants to give to what these messages are intending to.
Are these messages purported to be written after the car in question was recovered or after the arrest were made?
Why are these messages important?
Well, I guess that's my question to you.
So, officer, why did these messages draw your
So,
attention?
Ms. Scott,
Oh.
the question is, do these take place after the car was recovered?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, now I'm gonna sustain the objection.
Thank
Okay.
you, Your Honor.
May I, are there any other messages drew your attention in connection with the the 300 that you were investigating stolen on April 9th, 2022?
No, ma'am.
All right.
Sorry,
May I,
Your Honor, one of the gentlemen needs to use the bathroom, so we can provide a break.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I'll take a minute. I'm sorry, Ms. Scott.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You can step down if you want to stretch away.
Lost too many words to change the case at this point.
Oh, shoot.
You need to submit it.
Your Honor, are we going all day?
Depending on what time they kick this out, which I think is gonna be earlier today because of the concert. I'll go to 3.
I just want to know, and I can put this on the record about, because I have 1, 2, 3. 1, 2.
Let's put this on the record.
Okay. That's what know how many witnesses you want me to continue going into.
They're doing their good.
Hanging in there, how about yourself?
Thank you.
You guys ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, back on the record. Officer Campbell, you can come back up. Let's go figure out the time for the rest. All right,
I didn't hear you, Judge.
I said, Ms. Scott wanted to, figure out the timing for the rest of the witnesses, and I said, let me finish with Officer Campbell, then we can discuss how we
Thank
can
you.
proceed.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You can.
I'm approaching with the investigator's report of this case. Officer Campbell, you testified that you didn't recall the license plate of the vehicle that was reported stolen, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach the witness?
You can.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna ask you to look at this document. And let me know if your memories refresh as to the license plate belonging to the vehicle that was reported stolen. Just let me know when you're ready.
It is refreshing.
All right, may I have that? May I approach your honor?
Yes.
Officer Campbell, what was the license plate of the vehicle that was reported stolen?
Edward Henry George, 8114.
Could you repeat that, please?
Edward Henry George, 8114.
Thank you.
Now, in addition to the, phone dump, did you want to do anything in regards to the records that you received from the phone dump for Markle?
Yes, I wanted to submit other search warrants using the phone number that I retrieved.
All right. Now, does the phone dump include car detail records?
No,
Okay, where do you get car detail records from?
I request them from the subscriber.
All right, so when you request, and that's the subscriber of the telephones that were recovered, is that correct?
Yes, the service provider.
All right, so you requested car detail records in addition to the, social media records, is that correct? And that's People's Exhibit, we've already said that, that's People's Exhibit 4 and 5, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you do, once you get those car detail records?
I turn them over to be analyzed.
What does that mean?
So someone takes that information and turns it into geographical locations for me.
What does that mean? What's the purpose of that?
To see where these phones were at during the time of my crime was my focus.
All right, so you submit these car detail records to an analyst,
Yes, ma'am.
and they in turn take the records to do what?
They give me geographical locations that this phone was hitting during the times I requested.
All right. And did that happen in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And who were the records sent to?
Sergeant Melanie O'Rourke.
So you sent the record, well, the records were sent to Aurora, and that was for the purpose of analyzing these car detail records?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get some information back from her?
Yes, I did.
All right. Did you have occasion to determine whether or not any of the suspects were untethered during the time of this carjacking?
Yes, I did.
And who was untethered?
Objection, no foundation.
And, no foundation as to who was on tether?
Right. I mean, those are special records. Contained from Wayne County Sheriff's Department.
Oh, how would you determine somebody was on tether or not?
Yes.
Well, I think, we're gonna get to that, I hope. So, I'll let Ms. Scott continue. I hope the objection. Go ahead, Ms. Scott.
Did you receive information that anyone was untethered?
Yes, ma'am.
And were those records requested from the tether department?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you receive those records?
Yes, ma'am.
And who were those records for?
Tennis Jordan.
All right. No further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Cripps, you're.
I don't have any questions, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Franklin, do you have questions of this witness?
No questions of this witness, Your Honor.
And Mr. Taylor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, Officer Campbell, you can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Scott, how many more witnesses do you have?
Yes, Your Honor, I have 6 more witnesses, all of which are here, with the exception of one person who's on call. So I wanted to know
All right,
if I should call them.
let's start with offer of proof. So I'm trying to figure out when you need 6 witnesses for. But go ahead, who's your first witness?
Your Honor, in lieu of my next witness, we have the phone dump that's already been submitted into evidence for phones 3 and 4. That phone dump was, already admitted. Part of what comes with the phone dump is the, subscriber information of that phone, which gives the identifying number. So I know it's already admitted as an exhibit, but if the defense counsel are objecting to, matching the phone number to those exact exhibits, I have the Cellubrite analysts who analyze those phones to do that. So if they'll stipulate to the Cellubrite data, then I would call the next witness.
That should be quick. Okay, then, we'll hear the witness.
At this time, people call Agent Marco.
What do you get after that?
Or the agent that did the cell phone mapping.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. You raise your right hand. Promise to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Put your name on the record.
Sarah Markle, Sarahmarkel.
Good to see you.
You too?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you please state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Sarah Markle.
All right, where do you work, Sarah?
I am a detective with the Detroit Police Department. I'm currently assigned to our homicide unit.
Okay, and what do you do there?
I do phone extractions.
What does that mean?
A phone extraction is, I have to have a cell phone and I have a software program called Cellubrite. That's the main tool that I use. And through a connection between the cell phone and the extraction software, the phone extraction is a copy of everything that is in the phone. Once I'm done with the extraction, I put it into a report to give to the officer in charge to be able to review the contents from within the phone.
Okay, and what training have you had in this area?
I've been trained in several classes with Cellubrite and some other more generic classes on phone extractions, but primarily with the Cellubrite training. I've been through the basic, and intermediate, advanced. Each of those classes come with testing and practical exams along the way, and I've completed successfully all of them and been certified.
So you've been certified in this Cellbrite. Are there other softwares that you use in order to download phones?
There are, I do have a program called Key. We, at the department, we do have a program called XRY. And I've been trained in those, but Cellbrite is, I would say, 90%, maybe even 95% of the phones I use with Cellbrite.
What other agencies uses that Cellbrite?
Cellbrite is worldwide, so every agency that I know, MSP, several of the federal agencies, and all the other local agencies. Cellbrite is the primary tool that I'm aware of for other agencies.
How long have you done this for DPD?
I started with cell phone extractions in 2016, and that is still my only job today at our homicide unit.
Have you ever been certified as an expert?
I have.
In which courts?
District, circuit, and federal courts.
All right, and would that be in the area of cell phone extraction?
It is.
Do you recall how many times you've been certified as an expert?
59.
Let me ask you this, do you need a search warrant in order to do these extractions?
There are 3 ways to have legal authority to do an extraction. The first, because I work at homicide, if the owner is deceased. The other way is a consent from the owner, and the other way is the search warrant.
Now, to pass over a year as to her qualification as an expert,
Expert in,
cell phone extraction.
no objection, Your Honor. I'm well aware of Detective Marco's credentials. I have no objection.
All right. Ms.
No
Ronald.
objection.
Got approved to have Ms. Marco certified as an expert in the area of cell phone extraction.
It will.
Thank you. Agent Marco, were you asked to extract phones for an investigation on April 9th, 2022?
I was.
And how many phones were you asked to extract? Do you recall?
I don't recall the number off the top of my head for that,
Okay.
for that case.
For your testimony today, how many will you be testifying to?
The reports that I reviewed included 2 phone extractions.
All right. And which software did you use to do those extractions?
The Cellbrite physical analyzer to generate the reports.
So you were given phones, did they come with evidence tag numbers?
They did.
All right, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You can.
I'm approaching with what has been marked as people's proposed exhibits 12 and 13. Detective Marco, I'm sorry, I called you Agent Marco. Apologies. Can you tell the court what I presented you when people proposed 12 and 13?
Yes, 12 is the first 2 pages of an Apple iPhone XR. Do you want me to read the evidence tag number?
What is it for?
The evidence tag number for this device was 2204090328-4. And these pages are the device information sheets from an extraction. This just gives me the identifying information about make, model, phone number.
So is that taken from Cellbrite, or is this something that you input into the system in order to get this information?
The device information is included in the Cellbrite extraction report. So this information is from Cellbrite.
How do you get that information?
That's through the extraction, through making that copy of the contents of the phone, using Cellbrite, and then generating into the report. So the information is generated by the software program, and it's the copy of the device.
So how do you hook the device up?
The connection?
Yes.
The connection is it's through a cable. It would resemble a phone charging cable.
Okay.
The difference with the software programs is that the cables that are used are called read-only, meaning that the information or the copy of data can only go one way, from phone to computer. These cables are constructed in a way where the information cannot go from computer to phone, and this just ensures the safety of the extraction methods to make sure that we're making a copy of that device and not being able to go by, both ways.
All right, and so the extraction data that you have for 0.4 came specifically from that particular phone, is that correct?
Correct.
What other identifying information does this phone give you through that Cellbrite certification sheet?
So on this sheet, this is what would be the first page of an extraction report.
Okay.
And this has the identifying information about the device that was extracted. So this gives me the make, model, phone number. In this case, it was an iPhone, so an Apple ID, account number, email account. This is just limited to the device-specific information though.
All right, so for that device, you have a telephone number?
Yes.
What's that telephone number?
Can I ask which device we're talking about?
Under exhibit, evidence tag ended in 4.
Exhibit 12, proposed 12?
Is that evidence tag 0.4 or 0.3?
Is this exhibit 12?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
So which evidence tag number was that
This-
Cellbrite report for?
This is on the phone that was on evidence tag item number 4.
4. Okay, got it. All right, now you said there's a telephone number that's generated, is that correct?
Correct.
And so item number 4, once you did the phone extraction, what cell phone number did you get for that phone?
313-826-9397.
Move for the Mission of People's Exhibit 13, Your Honor.
Is that 12?
I'm sorry. 12, Your Honor.
Any objections?
I have no objection to admission of 12.
No objection, Your Honor.
All
No
right.
objection, Your Honor.
All right, the exhibit's submitted.
Can I publish to the court?
Yes.
Sorry. You said that there was an email address extracted from that cell phone as well. What email address did you have?
That's the Apple ID address.
Oh, what's the
which
Apple?
is an email address, and that is, I'm gonna spell it. It is TEEMO264@icloud.com.
All right. May I publish to the court, Your Honor? Can you just hand that document to the judge? Now, the second document that I handed you, what is that?
This is similar information. This is the device information, but for this device is for a cell phone that was on evidence as item number 3.
Okay, and is there a telephone number associated with that item number?
There is
What telephone number is that?
313-765-7408.
And is that also known as the MSISBN number?
Yes,
Okay. And is there an email associated with that telephone?
yes, there is an Apple ID
Apple
listed
ID.
in the device information.
What's that Apple ID?
That is ONEUPMAR3@gmail.com.
And again, that's the Cellbrite information that you received from the from dumping that particular evidence item associated with point 3, is that correct?
Correct.
Move for the mission of People's Exhibit 13, Your Honor.
Any objections?
No, no objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Be admitted as People's 13.
May I publish to the court?
Yes.
And what do you do with the data once it's extracted?
Once the extraction is done, I provide a copy to the officer in charge or one of his or her partners for them to do the review of the contents. I also, because these phone extractions are so large in size, because there's so much that we do on our phones, I can't print out a copy, but I burn a copy of the entire phone extraction report to a disk. I put a copy of the disk in our property and our evidence, and I do a supplement report to document that I put a copy in evidence and turned over a copy to the officer in charge.
And did you do that in this case?
I did.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
I have no questions on behalf of Mr. Jordan.
Marco, when you do this phone dump, what is the range? You had several numbers on it. How do you differentiate?
So-
When you do the phone dump, I'm assuming all the numbers that's on the phone comes out, right?
So are you referring to like the phone number assigned to that phone or the
No,
phone?
Cellbrite, the whole process. You use a program to dump the numbers off the phone, is that correct?
Can you be more specific? Which, I'm not sure, are you talking about a call log or
Yes.
contacts? I'm not sure which
When you do
numbers.
the Cellbrite,
Right.
you are going in to find all the numbers on this phone, is that right?
Well, it's making a copy of all the contents within the phone, so that would include like a call log, contact list, text messages. It's taking everything from the actual phone and making a copy of it. So it would, in the extraction process, it would get those numbers, those calls and all that information.
So it gets everything.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right,
No
Ms. Greenway.
No questions
Alright.
on behalf of Mr. Washington, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. You're all set.
Okay. Thank you.
See you.
You too.
Thank you. At this time, I just need to make sure my next witness is out there. O'Rourke. 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 Your Honor, before I call this witness, there was as already been testified to by the OIC, one of the defendants was on tether. And I provided those tether records to both all the defense counsels. But I also have the agent, who's the keeper of the record, to testify to those records. Additionally, I had those records sent to a mapping company, which does an interactive video, to actually put the records into a video which tracks the movements in visual time. So the tether records are just it just gives, I don't want to say what the exhibit is, but the tether records detail where a particular person is at a particular time. The agency that they contract out to do the actual mapping is a different agency. I was going to call that in order to clarify those tether records, I was going to call the agent who did the tether video if there's no objection from defense counsel.
That's our next witness.
No.
Well, let me ask you this. We've got someone testifying to where the cell phone kind of maps, and then someone testifying possibly to where the tether hits in time. Do you have any other witnesses, yes, that's gonna, talk to the criteria as to the armed robbery and the carjacking?
Yes, I have the keeper of the records for the 911 call, that was, made on the day of the carjacking, and also the person authenticating the voice on that call.
Okay. Is there, as to the, I guess, Mr. O'Rourke, you're the next, I'm assuming you're the next witness.
So the reason I was asking about the person that did the video, if the defense counsel had objection and the court was going to grant those objections, I was not going to get that person here. That person is on call for purposes of this exam.
I'm more, just want the witnesses as to the, as to probable cause for the carjacking, receiving, concealing, fleeing and eluding, and the CCWs. At some point we're, it's just cumulative. It's not getting to the point where what we need. So, I'll let you call Ms. O'Rourke next because she's sitting in the courtroom, but
that's fine.
we gotta get this going as to the elements. It's a number of witnesses. It should not take this long. But
I understand.
but you gotta call who you have to call, but I don't need 3 witnesses that they're gonna say the same thing because it's probable cause. It's not beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, people call Sergeant O'Rourke, Adams O'Rourke.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you promise to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
All right, thank you. Can you tell me your name?
Melanie O'Rourke.
All right, thank you, Ms. O'Rourke.
Thank
See the box.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Melanie O'Rourke.
And where are you currently assigned?
The Detroit Police Department, Major Crimes.
What do you do there?
I do forensic analysis of cellular call detail records and tower mapping.
What does that mean?
In essence, we receive records and we put it in a readable format.
Okay. Have you had training in this field?
I have.
What type?
I've had T-Mobile training. T-Mobile is a prevalent company here in the Metro Detroit area. I've had Excel training. Excel is the format that most of the call detail records will come back to us in. I've had CATS training, which is an acronym for Call Analysis Training School. I've had PenLink training, which is a program that the Detroit Police Department utilizes. That's what we use to put the records in a readable format. I've had software use in drug trafficking training. I've had PLX training, which is just an updated form of PenLink. That's just a couple of examples of training.
Have you received certifications in your training?
Yes, I have.
What type?
So I'm certified with NW3C, which is the National White Collar Crime Center. I'm certified cyber crimes investigator, a certified cyber crimes examiner, and a certified economics crimes forensics examiner as well.
How many telephone numbers or lines have you analyzed?
Approximately 1,500 now, or 15,000, sorry, 1,500.
And how many times have you testified as an expert?
Over 30 times. I think it's like 33 now.
In which courts?
36th District and 3rd Circuit.
Okay. Let me ask you this. And what is the actual term for the certification?
For which certification?
That you were deemed an expert in?
Forensic analysis of cellular call detail records and tower mapping.
Forensic analysis
of cellular call detail records and tower mapping.
Password, Your Honor, as to this witness's expert certification?
I don't have any questions.
Ms. Greenley?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Scott?
Move for the admission to have And what's your rank?
Sergeant.
Sergeant O'Rourke, certified as an expert in forensic analysis of cell call detail records and tower analysis.
No objection on behalf of Mr. Jordan.
No objection.
No, I'm sorry. You guys are fine.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. If the record will reflect.
So, you're giving call detail records, is that correct?
Correct.
And then what do you do with them?
We input it into a system called PLX or Penlink.
And were you asked, for purposes of what you're here to testify today, which system did you use in order to perform the analysis of the call detail records?
Our Penlink system.
Penlink?
Mhm.
And does Penlink create a map for you?
It does.
All right, so you don't do the map, Penlink creates the map.
We create the map and then we will, Penlink will create the map and then we will peer review and make sure all of the information from our system is correct with the raws.
So what's all included in the call detail records?
Call detail records are historical calls, so it's going to include any text messages, voice calls, voicemails, and it's going to give us subscriber information, date, time, and location of each of the activity, the phone numbers if they were incoming and outgoing, the duration, information like that.
Were you given call detail records for telephone number 313-765-7408?
I believe so. Can I refer to map?
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You can.
I'm approaching with what has been marked as people's proposed exhibits 14 and 15. Starting with people's proposed exhibit 14. What have I mishanded you? Do you recognize that document?
I do.
And what is that document?
This is my calls report and tower map that was completed on June 29th of 2022.
Okay. So I've handed you approximately 4 pages in that exhibit, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Looking at the tower map and report, what all is included on that document?
So the first page for the calls report is going to show the row, that's just for a reference point to show which row that we're talking about. We've got the target number, we have a target name associated with that, date, time, duration of the activity of a specific call, text, whatever activity that it was, a start and an end, LAC and SID, which is basically our location information. Then you have what type of call it was if it was a voice call, if it was data, things like that. This call status, whether it was completed, whether there was an abnormal completion. Then you have our contact ID, who they were having that interaction with, if it was an incoming call, if it was an incoming text, who they're responding to. And then we have the contact name associated with the contact ID.
So let's talk about that. You said that you start with a target number, so that looks like that's a second column, that's a target number. Is that a number that you put in there, or is that a number that's generated by the system?
That's the number on the call details record received from the cell phone company.
Okay. And the target name, where does that information come from as well?
That information comes from the OIC, or the officer in charge.
Okay.
And in this case, for this one, is actually on the subscriber information as the user for the phone, I believe.
Okay. Now, you also said that
I'm
there's a
sorry, Ms. Scott. Sorry for slowing you down again, but just want to make sure we're talking about the same phone. This is phone number ending in 7408.
So what phone number is that calls map for?
So the People's Exhibit 14 is 313-765-7408.
Okay.
What exhibit number? Say.
313-765-7.
Okay. 13.
Exhibit 13.
14.
14. Thank you.
All right. So the contact ID is the person that the target called.
Not necessarily. It can be whether it's an incoming or an outgoing. So it's whatever activity that they had with the target number. So the target number can call, can receive a call, can receive data, outgoing data, etc. That's going to be the contact ID.
All right. And where does that information come from?
That information is from the call detail records received from the cell phone company.
All right. Is that also where you get the contact name from?
No.
Where does the contact name come from?
The contact name that we use comes from Clear, which is a public database. We basically put a whole bunch of numbers in there and they're able to give us the phone numbers back. However, in this instance, that contact name was given to me by the OIC in another report that I believe we're going to be talking about.
Okay. So you have the contact number. The contact ID is the telephone number that's received from the call detail record itself.
From the cell phone company, yes.
Okay. And did you recognize that map I just handed you? The page I just handed you?
On page number 3, yes.
All right.
Or sorry, page number 4, well,
Yes.
3 and 4.
Do you recognize all of the pages I just handed you?
I do.
And so page 1 is the map that you generated, is that correct?
Page 1 is the calls report that was generated. Page 2 is the remaining portion of the calls report. Page 3 is the map of the tower map of all of the towers and sectors. And then page 4 is simply a zoomed in version of the scene and the specific towers that we were looking at just around the scene.
So with the call detail records, you're given a lot of records, but how do you narrow it down?
We narrow it down depending on whatever the officer in charge requests.
Okay, so you narrow it down to a specific date or time?
Yes, usually it's just around the scene, date and time that was given to us.
And in this case, what was the specific date that you were given?
That you're gonna see in red on the first-hand side, on the first page, it's gonna actually say scene. It's right after row 32. And that's for Prest and Schoolcraft, that intersection, on April 9th of 2022 at 2100. This is the military time, so that's gonna be at 9:00 p.m.
So the map that you said has been generated for pages, or actually page 3, is that a visual version of page 1?
Page 1 and 2.
Page 1 and 2,
Yes,
okay. And then page 4, you said it's just a zoomed in copy of page 3.
yes, just so that you can zoom in on the actual area that we're talking about and see which colors coincide with our calls report.
Move for the mission of People's Exhibit 14, Your Honor.
I see 14.
I have a copy if you want to let them keep this.
Oh, yeah, I'd like a copy.
And that is if I have my own copy.
Oh,
Well,
well, I just have a couple quick questions. Are you saying that exhibit 14, all this data that's on, everything that's on here came from the extractions?
No, it did not.
Okay, what did not come from the extraction?
So we have the target name, which was given to us by the OIC. However, that target name is in the subscriber page as the user. Then we have the contact name. Okay, then we have in red, you see the scene.
Yes.
That's inputted, it's just a demonstrative of the date and time of which we're referring
Okay,
to.
I get where the names come from, but where did the information ever come from where it says scene and a street location and time?
Yes, that's given to us by the officer in charge.
Okay, so that's not something you derived as an expert here.
No,
That's some outside information given to you.
Yes.
Okay, well, I would object to 14 then. I have no problem with the data that she has or the names, because that obviously came from another format that she used. But just to put information there that she received from the officer in charge, I don't think would be something that should be part of this exhibit, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it only because I believe, as Sergeant Walker explained, that, I guess that red line where the date and the street, is not the data, it's just a reflection of, the area that she was focusing on, but the points from the phone would indicate where the actual hit was. So I don't believe that that particular line is being used as evidence. But it's my understanding that everything else that the report generate would be considered evidence. If I'm wrong on this.
Well, no, it's really blatant hearsay received from the officer in charge with their speculation at the time and location of some event.
Yeah, that does not matter to me, and that's not taken as evidence. You know, the date and time has to come from actual testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Or.
Well, subject to that objection, on a week of close ruling.
All right, so, I'm gonna overrule the objection as to that, but, you know, I would note that, you know, as Sergeant O'Rourke explained, that red line was not generated, from anything related to our investigation. It was just the input that the officers gave. Other officers gave, excuse me.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish the report?
Yes.
Can you pass that to the judge? The next document that I gave you is People's Proposed Exhibit 15, Sergeant. Can you tell the court what that, the telephone number that call report tower map relates to?
Yes, that number is 313-826-9397.
Now, does, that have a particular date that you wanted to map these calls for?
It would be the same date and time that I had on the previous one. It's going to be for April 9th of 2022 at 2100, which is 9 p.m.
Okay, and that's the target number that you have on there, is that correct?
Correct.
How many pages is that document?
This one is 3.
All right, and you said page 1 is typically a summary of the records for that particular date and time frame, is that correct?
I'm sorry, hold on 1 second. This is actually 6, but I think this is just a duplicate.
Oh, yeah, there's a copy in there, okay, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So yes, there's 3 pages now.
My apologies, thank you, sorry. So the first page is just, you said, it's not a voluminous document, it's just a summary for that date and time frame that you were asked to map, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes. that is
And what's
correct.
page 2 and 3?
Page 2 is going to be an overview of the cell towers and the sectors that I mapped on the calls report. And then page 3 is just, once again, a zoomed up version so you could see just around the scenes section.
And again, this was generated using the pen link.
It was.
Move for the admission of People's Exhibit 15, Your Honor.
Judge, I would just have the same objection I had in relation to 14.
I am going to overrule the objection for the same reasons, but it's noted in the record.
Thank you.
Exhibit is admitted.
May I publish to the court?
Yes.
All right, we're going to start, actually, I'm going to ask to share my screen, I'm going to publish to everyone. Sergeant Aurora, can you just hand the court the, actual exhibit 15?
I did.
Okay, thank you. Do you need, oh, you can follow. Okay. Now, you've already stated that the target number is the number that you received from the call detail records, is that correct?
Yes.
Let's talk about line,
Is this exhibit 14 that's up?
yes. Let's talk about, oh, well, you were given, you said, so your time frame was from what time?
It's a general time frame. Whatever that they request is what we'll produce. It can differ. Sometimes it's a couple of hours, other times it's an hour. In this instance, may I, in this instance, it was from 2011 through 2109.
Okay, and what time is that approximately?
That's going to be at 8:11 p.m. through 9:09 p.m.
All right, so explain the activity at that time.
So the first is the calls report, and those colors, you see the dark blue, you see the dark purple, and then you see all those other colors, the light purple, the green. Those are all going to coincide with the exact date and time on the first page, which is the calls report, to the second, which is the mapping. So all of these towers are going to be in that same color coordination. So let's just say, for example, line 1, it's in dark blue that you see. So on the actual map, when you go all the way down, on there, yep, you'll see right there where that, the hand was, just above the hand, right there, that's dark blue, so that in the line 1, color coded in blue, dark blue, is going to coincide with that tower and that sector.
Okay, so at about, you were giving the time of, a scene, on April 9th, 2022, and you have that, it looks like, well, let's talk about this. Line, going back to page 1, let's talk about what you have in the sector at 210048 in regards to your map.
That's gonna, that's gonna be a data hit, which is going to show in the light purple. If you see where the scene is, you see 2 colors there, and actually you can see it better in the third, or the last page, I believe it is, page 4. You can actually see the 2 colors on page 4. You see the dark purple and the light purple. So what you're talking about on line 33 at 210048, that the target device is within that tower and that sector area of the light purple, which is just under that light, or the dark purple.
So what area is that?
That covers the area of the scene.
Okay, and what is the location?
The location of the tower itself?
Yes.
Okay, for that I'd have to refer to my notes, because I actually have to look at the raw data.
Okay. From this map though, you can't tell the area of the location of the scene?
Oh, the location of the scene is where that red dot is, that's Preston Schoolcraft.
Okay. So what does, at this time, about, you said 21, which is that 9, what time is that?
9 p.m., 2100.
All right, so at that time, that phone is communicating with that tower in this particular area, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, also at that time, which is what, line 33, is that correct?
Yes, that's what you had asked about, line 33.
Line 33, what is happening as far as the call type with that particular device?
Line 33 says data.
Okay, what does that mean?
That's just gonna be the information. The device is on the cellular network using data,
Okay,
not making, we don't know what they're doing. It could be anything from, social media, Facebook, it could be doing anything, but they're utilizing the cellular tower in order to use their, to get online, basically.
all right. So if we look at, line 34.
Okay.
What time is that?
That's on April 9th of 2022 at 21:00:53. So basically it's at 9 PM.
Okay, so at 9 PM, what is that device doing?
So line number 34,
Yes.
there is a outgoing voice that was completed with the contact ID of 313-826-9397 associated with Terrence Jordan.
All right, so that device is communicating with that contact ID, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, now let's look at, People's Exhibit 15. In between lines 8 and 9, you still have the scene, is that correct?
Between 8 and 9, yes.
All right, so going to your map, tell us what's going on your map at that time from this device.
So actually, it's the same as the Exhibit 14. The colors on the calls report coincide with the map that we're looking at. And in this instance, the before and after activity is in the green area. And you see that the green tower facing south, just north of the scene sector.
Okay, so it's in the same area?
The same area as
People's Exhibit 14.
Yes, it has the same coverage area, yes.
All right, and what area are they in according to this tower map?
So that scene is Preston Schoolcraft.
Now, you said looking at the raw data, you could get an exact location?
Yes, the raw data gives you the Latin long.
Okay, do you have that with you?
I do.
Okay, yes, you need a moment to pull that up.
These are the Latin line of the cell phone towers?
Yes.
Okay, that's not necessarily the Latin line of where the phone actually was, is that right?
Correct. That'll give you the tower information along with the sector, the coverage area, or the intended coverage area, I should say. So for that one, for exhibit 15, the RAWs for the green tower was at 15427 Grand River Avenue.
Okay, what about 14?
Oh, exhibit 14?
Yes.
For the purple. Okay, for the light purple, that's going to be Greenfield and Fullerton facing north. It actually is the same tower as the dark one. It just covers a slightly different sector.
Okay.
So that's why you see it, they're kind of on top of each other, but one's like this, one's like this.
But is your testimony, Sergeant, that at the time that you were given, which was that 9 o'clock frame, a little bit before and a little bit beyond, that on April 9th, 2022, both of the phones were in that area of the Preston Schoolcraft. Is that correct? Is that what that's what this data is reflecting?
It's consistent with, both of them are consistent with being at or near the scene location coverage area, yes.
Okay. No further questions?
Yeah, I just realized.
All right, good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
Just so I understand this a little better, first of all, as to these charts, you have outgoing and outcoming and outgoing, is that right?
Incoming and outgoing,
Incoming,
and some
outgoing.
unknown, yes.
And those, you have names up there.
I
On
do.
the chart. You can't say based on the data that any particular person was actually using the phone, is that
No.
right? You just put the names up there for convenience, then, is that right?
If that was provided by the officer in charge.
Right, so anybody in the world could be using that given phone.
Yes,
So the fact that those names are on there doesn't mean that person was using that phone,
no.
correct? All right. In terms of, the cell towers themselves, you very carefully answered the judge's question, that those exact locations on there were just for the cell towers themselves, is that right?
Correct.
You cannot put a specific location as to where a cell phone is that correct?
Or any device, correct.
Right. And in fact, those towers have certain zones, is that right?
They have intended coverages, the coverage area,
What was the word?
coverage, intended coverage areas.
Intended coverage area.
Yes.
They have coverage areas, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes,
And from what I understand, those coverage areas can be over a mile, is that right?
it could be, yes.
All right. And are they considered like a big circle then surrounding the cell tower in terms of that mile radius?
If you're talking about a specific coverage area, they're usually each tower, let's just say is a circle around it, but each intended coverage area covers about a third of each. So you're looking at a pie cut up into 3 different ways, basically.
Okay. So, all right, so that tower would be in the center of that pie?
Yes,
And that pie, as you just said, could be a mile radius.
yes,
So all your records can really show honestly is that a phone was somewhere within a mile radius within that pie,
well, it could be a mile, it could be a little bit more, it could be a little bit, yes, but yes,
more or less.
yes.
All right. And those, as I understand cell towers, they can only hold so many calls at one time. Is that right?
What do you mean?
Or have you ever,
Hold so many calls.
well, if a cell tower can be overloaded from time to time.
Oh, it could, yes.
And the scientific study show that if a cell tower is overloaded, that an actual call could be transferred from one tower to another if it's overloaded?
Transferred from one tower to
Yeah,
another?
or give an indication of bouncing from one tower to another.
Well, it could, but here in the Metro Detroit area, especially with, T-Mobile or AT&T, one of our prevalent companies, we have, the cell phone companies specifically will put that into an effect. For example, they may have one tower, but on this tower, maybe 22 antennas, and each antenna may cover this area, this area, this area, this area, this area. They overlap in that one general area, but they can overlap so that, there's multiple calls. When you're talking about, I think you're talking about overloading a specific tower, for example, if there's like Ford Field or Comerica, where there's a ton of towers, they have larger antennas for that specifically designed, and it doesn't have to go further out. It could, but we have so many towers that are prevalent here, especially in the Metro Detroit area, that going anything over a mile is very unlikely. That's why we put this as a generalization for a mile radius.
Is each tower unique to each carrier, or do multiple carriers use a given tower?
It depends. If they purchase, depending on which cell phone, like Sprint, for example, there's a bunch of Sprint towers. T-Mobile purchased them, so now we have Sprint merged with T-Mobile. You can have other towers that are, that cell phone share or cell companies share, but they pay for it. So it just depends.
Do multiple carriers affect like the data that you receive from time to time?
The data that we receive is the data that we receive. How or how many, how much information, overloads, all that stuff, we don't receive. We're only getting from the cell phone company that this device connected to this tower and this sector at this time.
I don't think we're judge.
I have no questions.
Ms. Brunelak?
Just a few, Your Honor.
Okay.
Now you indicate that you get information from the officer in charge or officer in this case, correct?
Yes.
And what specific information do you get from them?
So we're in an office, so we don't go out to the scene. So they're going to give us the information that they do in their investigation, the date, the time, you know, what victims' names, suspects' names, things like that. Because like I said, we're literally in the office. We don't go out to the scene to get that information.
Okay, and is there any means for you to verify any of the information that's been given to you, such as a phone number or contact information, spelling of a name, anything like that?
No, we don't verify that information. A phone number is given to us, provided to us in a search warrant. That search warrant is sent to a cell phone company. That cell phone company returns the call detail records to us. We load it, map it, make a report, send that out.
So essentially, you have to trust that the information in the investigation is accurate in order for you to complete your portion of your, expert investigation, correct? Your report.
Yes, we're given a search warrant with that information.
Yes, you get a search, again, you get a search warrant for it, but you have to trust that the information that you've been provided with is accurate, correct?
Yes.
And about how long does it take for you to compile your report after you review the phone log, the records from the cell phone company?
We don't automatically create a health report. That's only generated if the officer in charge requests it for court. So in their initial investigation, if they don't request it, it's not compiled. Until they request it, then we'll compile it, usually between 2 to 4 hours, and then submit it for peer review, get that back, and then we'll submit it up to the prosecutor's office.
Okay, now you say peer review. Who
Yes.
conducts the peer review?
Well, it depends on who's ever in the office at the time. 9 times out of 10, I will conduct all peer reviews. I'm the sergeant of my unit. However, I don't do my own peer reviews. We have another Sergeant Robert Skender, that does the peer review, and for me personally, and then all of that is placed on the smart sheet. Everything that goes to court is going to be peer reviewed.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Scott.
I have no further questions. Your Honor.
All right, Sergeant, you can step down. Thank you.
At this time, you're called Kenya Flowers. Kenya Flowers.
Ms. Scott is offer of proof.
For Kenya Flowers,
Yes.
she's the keeper of the record at 911 dispatch.
Okay. How you doing, Ms. Flowers?
All right, how about you?
Yeah. Ma'am, could you raise your right hand? Do you promise to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am. You can have a seat in this box right here.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Please state your name for the record.
Kenya Flowers
And Ms. Flowers, where do you work?
for Detroit Police Department, 911 Communications Department.
How does the 911 system work?
When someone calls 911, the call is automatically recorded as our Intrado system. It stays in the system for 90 days.
So the calls are automatically recorded. That's the normal practice of the business to keep these calls, to record these calls?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's the normal practice of this business to keep these calls in the system for 90 days?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what is a 911 call?
Someone's in an emergency, it could be medical, police, fire. They dial 911 and we take the calls and handle them and, run to the appropriate services.
Okay, so there could be numerous calls on a daily basis, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's your business, it's your practice to record these calls, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you listen to a recorded call for an investigation on April 9th, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it an accurate reflection of what you know 911 calls to be?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you considered the custodian or keeper of these calls?
Yes, ma'am.
So, the call that you are here to testify today, do you recall the time that call was made?
Around 2110.
And is that military time?
Yes, ma'am.
And are the calls generally recorded in military time?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know how to take that call from military time to Eastern Standard Time?
Yes, ma'am.
So what time was that call made on April 9th, 2022?
So it would came in at 9:10 p.m.
And you said you listened to that call, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And was there a location given in that call, or is the location, so let me ask you, was a location given in that call?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall the location?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It's offered for, let me ask this, do the dispatch generally ask questions for the location?
Yes, ma'am.
Why is that?
So that we'll know where to send the appropriate help to.
Okay, and in this call, was there a location given to the dispatch caller?
Yes.
And what was the location?
Again, Your Honor, same objection.
Staying.
Your Honor, so it's not being offered for its truth, it's being offered in order to give assistance, render assistance to this particular location. That would be otherwise known as the effect on the listener. The information that's given is to prove or to give the location of where the emergency assistance is being requested. It's not for the truth of the matter asserted, Your Honor.
Okay. So you're asking what they said as far as the location. So we know that there's a location that we're looking for. In this case, in particular, the only reason that you're, asking, where this location is to establish a crime scene, because we haven't already. So, I'm gonna sustain the objection. And that's that.
Okay. No further questions, Witness Jones.
No question, Judge.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, step
All
down.
right, thank you.
At this time, if you could call Alika, ma'am, 1 second,
Yeah,
though.
sure.
What was his name, sir?
Alika Smith.
Daddy bring it up top.
1 second. All right. Ma'am, can you tell me your first name?
Olivia.
Okay, Ms. Olivia Smith, could you raise your right hand? Do you promise to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You can have a seat in the box.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Please state your name for the record.
Olivia Smith.
And Ms. Smith, if you have occasion to become involved in an investigation where your son's car was stolen,
Yes,
And what day did you become involved in that investigation? Do you recall?
April the 9th,
Okay. Would that be of 2023 or 2022?
2022.
All right. Did you have occasion to listen to a 911 call that was on that same day?
Yes,
And on that call, did you recognize the voice of a person on that call?
yes,
And the voice that you recognized was whom?
Dewan
Dewan who?
Cannon,
And who is Dewan Cannon to you?
my son.
All right. And so you listened to a 911 call that was made on April 9th, 2022, and you recognize that voice to be that of your son, is that correct?
Yes,
Got to move for the admission of People's Exhibit 1. The people have laid a foundation for the custodian of record that is what it purported to be, which was a 911 call. In addition, this witness listened to that 911 call and stated that she recognized on April 9th the voice of her son. So for authentication purposes, it's two-part. There's foundation and authentication. I'm sorry, for MRE 902, there's two parts, authentication and foundation, Your Honor. I believe that the people have met that burden from both witnesses that have just testified.
So I think we're just jumping around a little bit, Ms. Sarah. We've got Ms. Flowers who testified that she works for 911, keeper of those records with the police department. But I don't have a specific 911 call that she's addressing. At some point, somebody asked her to pull a particular call. And that same call was, I'm assuming, listened to by Miss Smith. I just gotta have these both together so we know exactly what we're talking about and how this lines up. So I think we're there, but maybe you want to call Miss Flowers to nail down exactly what call we're talking about.
Your Honor, she testified that it was on April 9th, 2022 at 21:10, and you wouldn't allow her to testify to the location of it, but the content speak for itself. It goes in the court.
She was given she pulled a particular 911 call. She had to get this from somebody, in relation to something. And that's all I'm asking. It's just that she's just established that. That's it.
Okay, can we pause this witness and I recall Ms.
Sure.
Flowers? I'm sorry. Yeah, recall Ms. Flowers.
Ms. Smith, you can step down.
All right.
Ms. Flowers, long time no see. Back on the record, Ms. Kenya Flowers was previously sworn in, and I'll let you continue, Ms. Scott.
Thank you. So you previously testified, and I'm just gonna apologize if I'm re-asking you the question, but let me ask you this. You said that 911 calls are reported.
Yes, ma'am.
Where is the 911 call center?
At 1301 Third, at the police headquarters.
Okay, so at this center, people use 911 to do what?
We take police, fire, and EMS calls. We get the address, where the location where the emergency is. We get the description of what the emergency is. We use an appropriate nature code and then send it over to the police, fire, or medical services so that they can dispatch them out to the location that was given.
Okay, so these calls are recorded, and then what is required in order for you to give these calls to, say, police or prosecution?
We would need a location, the nature of the emergency, and then we route it over to the appropriate services.
Okay, and was that done in connection with this case for April 9th, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Your Honor, does the court have any further, I don't know if I
No, I think
misunderstood.
you're close. Ms. Flowers, you indicated that you give this information to route it to police, fire, or emergency, is that correct?
Yeah, the dispatcher.
Okay, is there any way that you identify that call? Do you have a number or something associated with?
When
the
each
actual
call
location?
comes in, once it's given a nature code, it gets an event number, and each event number is unique.
Okay, now, when,
Excuse me one second, Your Honor, are you on mute?
no? No, I'm not on mute.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure Ms. Franklin could hear.
Oh, Ms.
Oh,
Franklin.
I can hear everything. I'm not, I'm here. I can hear it all.
Okay, now, ma'am, when police or fire department or anyone are asking for a particular record, what information do they give you to get that record?
They can give us the location, they can give us the phone number, if they know the caller's name, they can give us the caller's name, we can look it up that way. If they have a report number, we can look it up that way, with just the report number that was given whenever the responders went out to the location.
Okay, Ms. Scott, do you want to ask questions based on what I asked?
Yes. So in this particular case, were you, you said that the police also may ask for a particular 911 call based on location, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it also based on, did you say time?
It could be based on time and the date.
And, in this case, what was the request based on?
The location.
And what else? Was there anything else?
Oh, they provided the time and the date and the location that the caller gave when he called in 911.
All right, and then you give a copy to the police after receiving this request, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right,
Well, so what was the date? And so that I asked her for the location, Your Honor, but the court said it was hearsay.
okay. Now, as to this, do you want to ask a location and the date?
So what was the location that you were requested for to dispatch this 911 call?
Schoolcraft and Greenfield to the Citgo gas station.
I couldn't hear, I'm sorry.
To Schoolcraft and Greenfield, I believe, to the Citgo gas station.
What was the street, Schoolcraft and what?
Greenfield.
What date for the particular crime?
April 9, 2022.
And what was the time that you were asked to pull this particular call for?
The time that the call came in, or
Well, did the police give you a time? Did the police ask you the time for a particular call, or was that time just within the call itself?
the call, when the call is recorded, it becomes date timestamp automatically through the
Right.
system.
So did the police ask you for a particular time for a 911 call? So say for instance, you may receive dozens of calls on a particular day, is that correct?
Correct.
When the police requested this particular call for April 9th, did they also include a time stamp of what what they wanted the call for?
Yes, ma'am, it normally does.
And what time was that?
For 2110,
Okay. And I'm sorry, you said it was a Schoolcraft,
in Greenfield, I believe.
all right, and was that did you name another street? No, I'm sorry, what was the place that you said?
Citgo gas station.
Gas station, okay. No further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
Ms. Flowers, the information that you've given us, did that come from the call itself or something outside the call?
It came from the call itself, from the CAD ticket that was generated.
Well, you talked about an event number, that wouldn't come from the call itself, would it?
When the CAD tickets are generated, then the event number is created for each.
And
for
what
each
is
CAD ticket.
what is the event number for this call?
I wouldn't know it offhand.
You have no idea, right?
I wouldn't know it offhand, no, sir.
Okay. You said, as to a location, you said, I think it's at Schoolcraft in Greenfield, is that right?
Yeah, because when young lady came on the phone, she said she worked at the gas station, but she couldn't remember the address of the actual gas station.
So we're not sure of the address now, is that correct?
The young lady didn't know the address to the gas station when she called
And
911.
you wouldn't know either, would you?
No, I wouldn't know unless she gave it to us.
Right,
no, sir.
I'm talking about outside the phone call itself. Now, you wouldn't know where the location of that call, is that correct?
No, she didn't provide it for me, no,
Right,
sir.
all right, not listed within the context of the call, right?
Yeah, we don't even go based off what they provide.
And you just told the judge the caller wasn't sure of the location she was calling. Is that
She said
correct?
she knew, she gave the cross street, she said she wasn't sure of the actual address to the gas station.
All right,
She worked there, but she wasn't sure of the
all
address.
right, so she wasn't sure of the exact location.
She wasn't sure of her, she said she worked at the gas station, but she wasn't sure of the correct address to the gas
Well, I
station.
know we're talking about a phone call, what was the number?
The number that she called from,
Yes,
I'm not sure. sir.
you're not sure at all, are you? So you don't know the CAD number, you don't know the phone number, correct?
No, I wouldn't
And
have.
the caller wasn't exactly sure of the location, right?
She gave two cross streets instead of the actual address to the gas station.
Not sure of the actual precise location, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Is there any way to determine the caller's name outside of the content of the phone call itself?
Only when she provides it, sir.
All right, so the answer would be no to that question, is that right?
All right.
And you said it was a female that was calling?
If a male came on the line and then the female took over the phone for him.
All right. So you were relying on what the female said for this information?
She was giving us the information based on what he told her, yes,
You were
sir.
relying on what the female said for this information, is that correct?
Based on what she based on the information
Now,
that
I'm
she.
gonna object to argumentative.
Stop, ma'am, it's just a yes or no, it's okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, were you relying on the information from the female?
Yeah, yes,
Okay. Move on.
You said something about a report number?
when the officers go out and take a report, when they investigate and they give the case and report.
Any idea what the case or report number is?
No, sir.
You wouldn't know, right?
Not without looking at the CAD ticket, no, I wouldn't know offhand.
Judge, I don't have anything further.
Mr. Taylor,
No, I don't have anything.
Ms. Franulli?
Just one brief question, Your Honor. So ma'am, to be clear, the information that you used for your, from the call was not from an alleged complainant. It was a third party that gave you information, correct?
He was standing there with her.
Ma'am, it
Right.
was a third party you were speaking to, a female, correct?
Yes,
No, wait,
ma'am.
stop, Ms. Flowers. Mr. Cripps, you have an objection?
Yeah, my objection is she visually can't say who was standing anywhere,
Yeah.
so it'd be pure speculation of her.
Yeah, so, Ms. Flowers, we're really not interested in the content of the call, because that's gonna, if it comes in, it's gonna be in itself, whatever those folks say. So we're just trying to figure out, how we got there and what we got there, so, Ms. Franulli, and I just wanna make sure that, we understand your question. Did you ask it again one more time?
Absolutely, Your Honor. So again, ma'am, you received information from a female in this case not a third party, not the actual complainant, correct?
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, I got a question. You said something about, you couldn't, make the determination of the phone number without the ticket in front of it. Is that right?
Well, the CAD ticket, yes, sir.
What's the CAD ticket?
When we put it into our CAD system, it automatically generates a ticket. And we input the location, the caller's name, the notes that's necessary for the dispatcher to read off to the officers or whoever the responders are to go out, so they'll have a basic idea of what's going on.
Okay, you keep that in the normal course of your records?
Yes, sir.
All right. Any questions based on what I asked?
No, you're not.
No, Your Honor.
Let's try
But
this
I would
again.
ask to, admit the 911 call.
Any objections?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
You can go ahead, Mr. Prince.
Okay. I don't think there's a proper foundation here. We don't have an event number, we don't have a CAD number, we don't have a report number, we don't even have a precise location as to where this call came from. There's just not a proper foundation to be laid for this document, for this 911 call to come in. On top of the whole basis of it, that it would be a total denial of due process for us lawyers to be able even to confront who the purported caller is. We already know there's been a search and there were the complaints refused to testify in this case. That's the background to this. So this is a backdoor attempt to try to get in what I believe to be testimonial evidence through the back door, where we would not have a right to cross-examine, Your Honor. So that's my second objection.
And Your Honor, I would object, I would join in with Mr. Cripp's objections, but also add in regards to the objections that even under best evidence rule, the best evidence will be the third party that she actually spoke to. Because right now we have hearsay that is being presented. We not just hearsay, we have hearsay within hearsay that is being presented or trying to be brought in. Secondly, we haven't even heard the 911 call to actually ascertain that it is truly the 911 call that was being that is the subject today. We don't know who it is. We don't know who the third party is. We don't technically know the location. We don't technically know the phone, the phone number. There is nothing to identify and verify that this actual 911 call is a product of the allegations in this case. So yes, I object to it as well.
All right, so this is,
Oh,
no, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. I'm sorry, one more time.
I'm joining in with the objection.
Okay. I am not gonna admit the 911 call right now, only because, I guess first we need to figure out, because at least from my guess at this point, there are at least two people on that call, and there's a witness that we're waiting to possibly identify the voice on that call. And I'll make my ruling as to that part of the objection after I hear that evidence. But as far as the backdoor nature of getting in this testimony, I'm just gonna hear the call, and if I admit it in the evidence, I'll weigh it like I would anything else. That's where I'm at right now. Do you have any, so I'll hear the, actually, I guess we should hear your next witness, and figure out, if that's the call, so.
yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Flowers, I'm gonna ask you to stick around just a little bit longer, and then hopefully I can let you go soon. Bring back Ms. Smith in.
Very good. It's good.
Yes, I'm sorry. Ms. Smith, please. Thank you.
All right, man, you can come back on.
Ms. Smith, you've been previously sworn in. I remind you under oath to tell the truth, okay?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Scott.
And Your Honor, I would object before this witness begins to testify. And I'm objecting on the basis of the last witness and the fact that we already know that the 911 call that gave the tale of the events is not from the complainant in this case. It is from a third party. So it's not from the complainant. So how can she testify as to the validity of hearing someone's voice when the bulk of the 911 call clearly comes from someone else? It is, again, just another backdoor way of trying to get in a complainant's statement.
So, you indicated that, you know, we get no way of knowing what this 911 call is unless unless we hear from the actual witness, and this is the way we're gonna authenticate it. So-
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Smith, I'm going to play a portion of a audio recording, and I want you to stop me when you hear your son's voice, okay?
I object to leading the form of that.
What's your name and number?
Dewan.
Sorry.
Judge, I think that's a very leading question. You're already telling the witness on the stand as to.
You know the telephone number you're calling from, sir?
I'm sorry.
Okay, and you said that the RAM is described as what?
All right, are we good?
Yes, okay, yes.
All right, go ahead.
And this is a very delicate area here in terms of the questioning.
Saturday,
And
April
that-
9,
You use a
2.
form of leading question.
I'm sorry, 1 second.
I'm trying to stop it.
Go ahead.
I object to the leading nature of the question.
So,
Telling the witness what the answer is ahead of time.
it is a leading question. Ms.
I would raise. I'm going to, play a recording for you, okay? Yeah. I just want you to listen.
Saturday, April 9, 2022, 21:10 and 03 seconds. Detroit 911, what is the address of the emergency? Detroit 911, what is the address of the emergency?
And you know what? This is my job, and I don't even know the address, but I got a customer here. They the ones wanted me to call the police. Hold on, he's gonna tell you what's going on. Hello?
Detroit 911, what is the address of the emergency?
I'm on Greenfield at Schoolcraft at Citco gas station. I just got my car stole.
Tell me exactly what happened.
I was at a stop sign, and a car pulled in front of me and told me to hop out. They had the guns drawn on me. I couldn't do nothing, so I just got out the car.
What kind of car pulled in front of you?
It was a black Ram, I believe.
What kind of car you have?
A Chrysler 300. It's like a gray. LEDs on the bumper, on the back and front bumper.
While at a stoplight?
It was at a stop sign.
A stop sign?
Yes.
How many people got out armed?
3.
Are you okay or injured at all?
I'm okay.
Stay on the line. I'm requesting police.
Okay.
And these are meals. What's your name and number?
Dewan.
I'm gonna stop it right there. Ms. Smith, you just heard an audio recording with multiple voices. Did you recognize someone's voice in that call?
Yes,
Whose voice is the person that you recognize?
the one I can,
And who is that to you?
my son.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor, at this time.
All right, Mr. Cripps, you have questions for the witness?
No, I don't.
No question.
Ms. Frank,
No questions, Your Honor.
all right, ma'am, you can step down.
Oh, Your Honor, I'm sorry, I was asking as far as their continued objection.
Of course, they have many.
Yeah,
I just
still
don't-
continue my objection to the 911 call.
Okay, so, Your Honor, I believe the people have satisfied their burden for the 911 call regarding, MRE 902, that it is what it purports to be. The court can give whatever weight it determines, and the Supreme Court has ruled that 911 calls are non-testimonial, so they're not subject to confrontation. And also that the evidence goes to weight and not admissibility. The court can determine that that was not him on that call. The court can determine that that was Donald Trump. The court has to weigh the sufficiency of the evidence and give it whichever weight it wants to, but it has nothing to do with its admissibility.
All right, anything further?
Oh, yes. Well, the first thing is somewhat strange. Obviously, we don't have the location nailed down. And then I heard the caller say something to the effect that I have a couple in here or something of that nature. They wanted to make a phone call, then they handed the phone, and obviously I heard this Ms. Smith identify the voice. This is really a request to get in hearsay into this. And I believe testimony is being used in a testimonial way for the truth of the matter asserted. Because it's undeniable, the background to this is Mr. Cannon has asserted the Fifth Amendment in terms of not testifying in this case. Why would somebody assert the Fifth Amendment? Because they know they're not telling the truth, my opinion. And how do we know that? And I think I can make this argument to the court because we're at this phase here that if they're showing that hearsay is inherently unreliable, it should not be allowed into evidence. Now, I've been provided a police report in this case, signed by the complainant, in which he says that the way it went down is he pulled up to a chick's house, got out of the car, walked up to the house, heard something shaking in the bushes, turned and I see someone come up and said, come.
This statement is hearsay.
Correct, Your Honor.
Yeah, but she's offering a piece of evidence that I know based on discovery flies in the face of believability, Judge.
Well, you know, Mr. Cripps, I'm gonna have to make a determination of believability in this case. And as it stands right now, I had a witness who decided not to testify for a number of reasons.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have to make that determination when the time comes. But as far as this 911 call is concerned, you know, it purports to what it says it is, so I'm gonna, I'm leaning towards admitting it.
And I'm gonna say this, I think you're being somewhat hoodwinked by the fact that there's a statement signed by the complainant where he gives a totally different version of events of how this alleged robbery occurred.
Okay.
And I think I should be able, if he's gonna take the.
So I got a statement, a reported statement from a 911 call. I've got somebody who was on the stand who told me a third thing, and then you're gonna tell me something else. I got a million different versions, and I'm gonna have to weigh all of these. I mean, what are we doing here?
That's right. What are we doing here in terms of this piece of evidence? Because I know that the statement given by this complainant is totally is the opposite of how.
The 911 call is gonna come in as to how I'm using this. It's a totally different, it's gonna be a totally different calculus.
All right, the last argument I make, I do believe is testimonial. And it's a denial of due process because we cannot cross-examine the purported caller.
The objection is noted. The call be admitted, that's people's 16? Yeah,
No,
911?
one.
People's 1?
It's one.
And let me ask you this while I have you here, Ms. Smith.
I thought we were done with it. You asked whether we had any cross.
No, because when we stopped,
Right.
I thought we were done too, and Miss Scott let me know that this was as to the exhibit. So she can continue.
Thank you. It was only to the objection.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Smith, did you go, let me ask you this. How are you involved in the investigation?
I'm the one that spotted the vehicle.
Where did you spot the vehicles? When you say vehicles, is that plural?
Vehicle, one vehicle.
All right, and which vehicle did you spot?
The gray Chrysler 300,
And who does that belong to?
DeWine County.
How did you spot the vehicle?
Driving up Grand River.
Okay, is that in Detroit?
Yes,
Is that in Wayne County?
yes.
And do you recall what time you were driving up when you saw the vehicle?
Maybe about 10, 20-ish.
All right, now when you spot the vehicle, was your son in the vehicle?
No,
So this would have been after you received some information let me ask you this. Did you see anyone in the vehicle?
yes.
Who did you see in the vehicle?
The gentleman here with the white shirt on,
The gentleman with which white shirt?
with the sitting right behind the
Can you name is he in all white or?
white.
He's in all white?
Yes.
Okay, so you saw him in your
We should
son?
indicate for the record who she's identified.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness is identified defendant number 3 in this matter.
It will, the record will identify that the witness is identified defendant of.
Okay, now,
Well, the person that I saw driving the vehicle, light skinned with braids and had on a red or orange hoodie.
okay, so that's when you saw the vehicle.
Yes.
And then what did you do next?
I immediately called Officer McKinley,
Okay,
stayed on the phone with him until the officers got together, followed the car to Montgomery Street off of Grand River.
and you stayed did you stay with the vehicle?
I stayed with the vehicle.
All right, and did police, meet you at that location?
Yes,
All right, and did you see your son's vehicle at that location?
yes,
Do you know your son's license plate?
yes.
What is it?
EHG8114.
Okay, I'm gonna show you what has been previously marked, admitted as people's exhibit. Two. And I'm just gonna get up till about 7 minutes and 48 seconds into the video. Can you see the screen there, Ms. Smith?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask you, do you recognize anyone in this pane?
Yes,
Who do you recognize?
myself,
And where are you?
walking towards the police, getting out of my vehicle, walking towards the police car in front.
Okay, and what time was this?
It wasn't too long after, probably about 11 o'clock maybe.
Okay.
In between, like a quarter to 11, in between that time, wasn't
Which
street
street
after.
Which street are you on?
We're on Grand River.
All right. And is your, what else did you, see, observe at this location?
I observed my son's vehicle.
Okay. No further questions, John?
All right, Ms. Tripp, your witness.
I don't have any questions.
Mr. Taylor.
Ms. Smith, when you first spotted this car, how long did you have an opportunity to observe the person driving?
I was sitting at the stoplight. Give or take, so they was coming across me. Maybe 10 seconds, maybe.
So with that amount of time, you was able to identify my client?
I can identify the structure, what they had on, what their hair was.
But you're not certain who it was?
Yes,
You are or you're not?
I'm certain.
I don't have any questions for this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Scott.
I have a follow-up question. You said they, so how many people did you observe in the
You know, I'm
vehicle?
gonna I didn't ask any questions, so if it'd be follow-up, it'd only be to whatever cross Mr. Taylor.
This is going beyond the scope of.
Well, Mr. Taylor asked her how long she had an opportunity to observe the vehicle, and then her question was they, and although she only identified his client, but she said they, so I just wanted clarification on how many people she observed.
Okay, how many people?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, only the third one, and that was the driver, because I'm sitting at the stoplight and the car turned in front of me, so I saw the driver, my lights was flashing on the driver as it was turning in front of me.
Okay.
All right. We go with Ms. Smith?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Smith, you can step down.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, it's 3:20. We gotta start figuring out some ways to proceed.
An offer of proof, my last witness is, the keeper of the records for the tether system, Your Honor, Corporal Loftus.
Well,
So if the court wants.
Is that your last witness?
Sure. Yes, and then we'll be going into argument.
You guys want to hear the last witness? Finish it up today?
I am, Your Honor.
I didn't hear what, so.
We got one more witness that Miss Scott tends to call. We have this person now. I'd rather just continue the.
I'm fine with that. So, you know, I do have time constraints. We can finish the last witness, but I prefer the argument that we later if we do that.
Well, he's got a lot of records that I'm gonna he's gonna testify to.
Let's do it.
Corporal Loftus, I'll take that.
Sorry about the hairdo, Judge. It was a hat day.
All right, sir, could you raise your right hand? Promise to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, sir. Could you state your name for the record?
Corporal David Loftus. LOF as in Frank, TIS as in Sam.
National, sorry, where do you work?
Wayne County Sheriff's Office.
I'm sorry, what's your name?
David Loftus, LOF as in Frank, TIS as in Sam.
And I'm sorry, where do you work?
Wayne County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do there?
Police officer.
And does the sheriff have, jurisdiction over tracking, suspects or defendants?
Yes.
How so?
When persons get arraigned or come in front of a judge will set a bond, and some provisions of it will be personal or cash with a GPS tether attached. That's where the Wayne County Sheriff's Office comes into it.
All right, so what's a GPS tether?
GPS tether is a tracking device that goes on, from my experience, on either one of the legs near the ankle, and they're tracked by satellite. And we can monitor them from 2 different platforms, IntelliTrack and OmniLink.
And when these individuals are tracked through this particular, you said IntelliLink, or what was the other one?
IntelliTrack and it's called Focal Point. Omni, it's like the main company's Focal Point, excuse me, and OmniLink is like the company that runs it.
Okay,
They're 2 different tethers. One's a little bigger and bulkier, the other one's a little skinnier.
all right. So if someone's on tether and the police suspect that they committed a crime, do they petition you for any information?
Yes, they have many times in my time at tether.
What type of information are you asked for?
It depends. Sometimes it'll be fresh. They'll be like, hey, man, we just had an incident at this address. Can you run to see if anyone's on tether? Or could be a bunch of things. Hey, we got a picture of someone looks like they got a tether. Can you run, see who this might be? And then they'll have someone in mind. Like, hey, can you run a tethered court report for so-and-so during this time span? And I've probably printed out maybe 250 of them in the 2.5 years that I was in tether.
Okay, so let's back up. So there's a tether report that's requested of you, and the report is printed out. What does this tether report include?
Is there any way we could get it on screen? It's a little easier to point at, or.
Okay, I'm just.
Or I can wing it.
Just tell me what.
I can wing it. There's a date.
Well, let me ask you this. May I approach you with John?
Yeah.
I didn't touch it.
May I approach with John? Yeah. I'm approaching with what has been Marcus Peoples proposed 16. Corporal, I'm gonna ask you to take a look at that document and first let me know if you recognize it.
I do recognize it.
What is it?
It's an IntelliTrack court report.
Okay, what's in that report?
For certain time, like if someone asked for like 3 days of tracking, we type in the dates and it'll show the person's tracking, starting with the event number, trace, how that traces the quality of it, high or low, the date and time of each starting point, and where it's at the location, what city and state.
All right, so this particular report is generated in order to track whom?
The person that we've been asked to, track. If someone calls, like say, Detroit detective calls and says, hey, we have a suspect. His name is this. We type it in our database. It shows the person's on tether. And we would usually ask, what dates are you looking for? They say this one. We print this out and email it to that officer or prosecutor or whoever's requesting it.
Okay, so this report is generated based on a request and also the information from the tracking device. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, were you asked to, and let me ask you this. There's a supervising officer. Could anybody generate this report?
Yes, anyone could generate it, but at this time, Mr. Jordan, his case officer was Leo Powers, but any one of us, including that fast base, violent crimes, they can go into the IntelliTrack and print out this. It'll still show Leo Powers as a case officer, that never changes. But anyone with access to it can print it out.
Okay, so were you asked to, let me ask you, are these documents kept in the regularly scheduled course of business?
Yes, they are.
Is there a particular time frame these records are kept for?
From my experience, we can go back a few years. I've went back 3 years on some. I don't know exactly how far you can go back.
Okay. Are you given a particular date for the tracking?
Yes.
And is that in the report that you have there?
Yes, it is.
Are you considered the keeper of the record of these reports?
Yes.
So do you testify about the findings of this report?
Yes.
About how many times have you testified?
Tethers, maybe 100 times, including Zoom.
Okay, so you testified that this record, this particular tether record is kept in the normal course of the Wayne County Sheriff's regularly conducted business, is that correct?
That's correct.
Move for the admission of people to exhibit 16, Your Honor.
Objections?
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Be admitted as people 16.
May I publish to the court?
Yes.
Corporal Loftus, according to that tether report, who were you asked, who was the individual that the information regarding the tether is reflected upon?
Mr. Terrence Jordan.
Okay. What's the time frame of the report?
On the front page, it says from April 4th, 2022, 12 a.m. to April 11th, 2022, 11:59 p.m.
All right. For the record, Your Honor, the entire document is 101 pages. I am going to put it on the screen, but I'm only going to a couple particular pages. I'm not going through 100 pages.
Okay.
So, Corporal Lopez, I'm gonna ask you, to tell me, there's a column.
Can I move closer, Judge?
Sure.
The first column that you have there, what is it titled? What's the first column entitled?
Event.
What does that mean?
So when someone inquires about a court report, you put in the time, like I was saying, and the event starts. So it usually start at 1 and it go up to to the end number, which there might be 5,000 points in a request, there might be 5. And this one, a bigger request, I see it in the 2000s.
Okay. What does the trace mean?
Trace means it's just being traced.
And what does the date mean?
The date means that the date that where that date is where he was on that date, and there's a time next to the date too.
All right, so let's look at event number 1741 of the People's Exhibit, which would be page 23. If we're looking at event number 1741, what can you tell me about that event?
Well, it says event 1741 trace means and then where it says high means there's a good trace on it. And it says the date 4/9/2022 at 9:01 p.m. shows that tether at 4056 Kendall Street, in the area of 4056 Kendall Street in Detroit, Michigan.
Okay. Do you know where that is? That location is?
I do.
Objection, Your Honor. He's here just to talk about the tether records. It's true.
Sustained.
All right, let's look at 1742. What can you tell me about that trace?
That's the same thing, event 1742, the trace is high. It's at 4/9/2022, 9:06 p.m. It shows it at 15821 Grand River Avenue in the city of Detroit.
I'm sorry, man, just 1 second, Your Honor. All right, so we're looking at event 1764. What can you tell me about that event?
1764 shows trace 1764 with the trace high 4/9/2022 at 10:56 p.m. Shows it at 10123 Grand River in the city of Detroit.
All right. Looking at event 1775. What can you tell me about that trace?
Okay, there's trace 1775 shows again another high trace, and it shows April 9th, 2022 at 11:52 p.m. It shows at 17871 Mountain Road, which is, from my experience, that's going to be the DDC.
Otherwise known as, what's the DDC?
Detroit Detention Center.
Thank you. I'm sorry, what time was that on April 9th?
11:52 p.m.
No further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Corporal Lopez.
Good afternoon, David. How are you?
Good. Now, you mentioned, sir, that when you were giving the addresses that were on Exhibit 16 up there, you said in the area of, do I take it to mean that that doesn't provide the tether unit with a precise location, but just a general area?
No, it's pretty precise. I mean, he could be in the street in front of let's say I'm just gonna pick any address up here, 17589 Gable. It could mean physically, he wouldn't be in the house, he could be in the front, or he could be in the house. That's why I say like approximately or in the area. I don't mean no more further than where that point is. Like anytime I've ever had to go look for someone or search for someone where I'm using tether points, they're always right there. They might not be like exactly where the point is, but it might be 5 feet to the left or right or 10 feet.
So there is a radius.
You know what, David, I've never been told the actual what the radius is, but again, from my experience, where the points are, the people are.
Have you ever had situations where somebody's removed their tether?
I have, yes.
And then, what you're tracking here is a location of a tether itself and not really a person, if that tether became detached from the person.
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Ms. Franklin, any questions?
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
I have a brief redirect, Mayor.
Yes.
If someone, takes the tether off, will they put it right back on? Can they put it back on themselves?
I've never seen it done. I can't say it can be done. I've never seen it done. Plus, when someone cuts their tether, you get a strap alarm. And that strap alarm would show up, you know, as being cut off. We get alarms through the system. The like operator who works at Teletrack would get a cut alarm. She would call us and be like, okay, hey, this tether cut at this time. Then we get on a computer or our phone and see that did happen. So like strap tamper alarm is what would show up.
And did you see that generated in this report of the tether records of Tether Jordan that he had cut it off or someone had cut the tether, he had cut the tether off?
No, I did not see anything like that.
All right, no further questions.
I don't have any follow-up, Your Honor.
Step down.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
All right, it is 3:41. I'm not gonna hear any more witnesses. Ms. Scott, do you have any other witnesses?
I did, but, Your Honor, I believe that I have enough for the record.
Okay. Well, let me ask this, do y'all wanna, I know Mr. Taylor indicated that he has to go right now. Do you guys wanna go to argument? 'Cause we can, I mean, I hear arguments right now, but if you want one argument on a different day, then I can do that as well.
But the only thing before we close the proofs.
Oh, I apologize, you know, Ms. Scott, were you closing your proofs?
At the time when people were ready.
Well, let me ask this, the way the complaint is laid out, we got carjacking, was there a receiving and concealing charge at all you were intending to add?
Nope.
All right.
I guess I'm very charges, now that you brought it up. Judge, I have in my possession as a part of discovery a statement that was purportedly taken from Mr. Cannon. That was signed, that completely is the opposite of what you heard in terms of a 911 call. In which in the statement, he says that.
Well,
Objection, hearsay.
let me start here. So, you're trying to introduce this witness statement. And this is something you presented as evidence, or that was, I guess, a statement of your witness?
The people did not present it as evidence, no, Your Honor.
Okay, something you turned over, though?
Correct.
Yeah. It was turned over. He took the Fifth Amendment. If I was to cross-examine him, the first thing I'd cross-examine about is a statement that he signed, statement he made to the police, in which he gives a totally different version of events than what you heard on the 911 call.
know what I heard from the 911 call?
Yeah.
And this court ruled to strike all of his testimony with the exception of impeachment if the people so pursued that area. But these defense attorneys objected to everything because he invoked his right to the fifth. The people filed a motion to allow that testimony in spite of, because the people were going to give him immunity for his testimony. But the court struck all of that testimony and also granted, if I'm not mistaken, I have not seen the transcripts from this case, but it was my understanding that the court struck Mr. Cannon's testimony at the request of defense counsel, which he's now trying to put into evidence.
No, I'm trying to undercut the credibility of that 911 call that was put into evidence.
Are you sure? Yeah, I'm not gonna allow it.
Okay. I don't even think, defense is not gonna call any witnesses.
Okay.
For Mr. Jordan, I don't want to speak for anybody else.
Mr. Huff is not gonna call anybody.
Ms. Ranulay?
And Your Honor, we do not call any witnesses on Mr. Washington's behalf.
Okay. Ms. Scott?
Now, one more, Your Honor.
Sure.
Your Honor, people have the burden of proving by probable cause standard that on April 9th, 2022, the information should be amended to reflect that. I'm moving to do that now. It currently says April 10th, 2022, that defendant 1 and 2 committed a carjacking, carrying a concealed weapon, fleeing and eluding, assaulting and resisting the officers. The people believe that they have met that burden to a probable cause standard, and that these crimes were committed in Detroit, in the area of Schoolcraft and Press. The people are moving to add the area of Grand River as well, Your Honor, from the testimony that has been adduced from this exam, that on that day, Mr. Jordan and Mr. Washington, and now the people are amending the information to add Mr. Huffman, that they indeed carjacked the victim in this case, Mr. DeJuan Cannon, of his gray Chrysler 300 vehicle at approximately 9 o'clock, Your Honor, in the evening. The evidence shows that on that date, we heard from Officer Gilbert, who testified as a responding officer, that there was a report of a stolen 300, that there was a phone in that vehicle, and that was reported by Mr. Cannon. We see Mr. Cannon did not have his cell phone because he went to the Citgo gas station to report that he had indeed been carjacked by what he said 3 individuals got out and the guns were drawn. Your Honor, the mother actually saw her son's vehicle and started tracking it at Grand River and was in connection with the police, to which they took over the investigation. Your Honor, it's consistent with the reason why the people brought in the mapping from O'Rourke. Your Honor, may I have one moment? May I have my all my exhibits, please?
Yep. I'm sorry. Scott.
Before I go there, I'm going to show the court people's exhibit 2. So, Your Honor, we have the tether records of Mr. Jordan, which places him in the area of Grand River at the time of this carjacking and subsequent fleeing and eluding. And not only that, Your Honor, you have the records from both cell phones, which were recovered by Officer Stuckey, who testified that he recovered 2 cell phones from the person of Mr. Jordan. Those are placed on evidence, tags 3 and 4. He recovered a ski mask, and he identified defendant 1 and defendant 2. We had Officer Gilbert detained defendant number 3, and that after he encountered the vehicle continued to flee and elude. The officers actually hitting one of the officers' vehicles and then kept going. Your Honor, can you let me into the Zoom?
As this court can see, I don't know if the court was paying attention to the video, to people's exhibit.
Can you mute I have to pause it. Okay, if you look at this video, Your Honor, and again, the officer, Dr. Gilbert already testified that he was, chasing a Chrysler 300 and that ultimately, the car stopped and that he pursued, defendant number 3, what he identified as, I'm sorry, that was Officer Stuckey. No, that was Gilbert, I'm sorry, that was right. Gilbert identified defendant number 3. But I want to draw the court's attention to the fact that I specifically asked Officer Gilbert about this vehicle, about the description of the people, Officer Bolthouse, about the description of the people who had indeed carjacked this individual, and she said there were 4 males. She was dispatched to Schoolcraft for armed robbery in progress. There were 4 males, and that one had an orange hoodie and he was armed with a black 9mm handgun. There was another suspect described as a black male having a black ski mask, and 2 other suspects, Your Honor. But what's notable about the person in the orange hoodie is that if you look at this video, when the occupants get out, fast forward, you see the car continue, you see 2 occupants get out. Then fast forward to about I'm gonna stop at about 4:16. If you look at this video, Your Honor, you see that the person who was later identified as Mr. Huffman, defendant number 3, jumped out of the vehicle. The vehicle continues, ultimately crashing into the building near it. And you heard testimony from Ms. Smith that that was her son's vehicle and that she had actually tracked it. And she also identified Mr. Huffman in court as having on an orange colored hoodie, Your Honor. And again, what I'm suggesting, what the people are suggesting is that although he's only charged with count 5, the people are moving to amend to add him to count 1 and to
He's charged with count 3 as well.
yes, so in addition to those counts, I'm moving to add him to count 1, carjacking, because according to Officer Bolthouse, the suspect who carjacked Mr. Cannon was wearing an orange hoodie, and the court can look at this description of this individual here and determine what he has on. And I'm actually gonna back up because we had Officer Stuckey testify that as to 1 and 2, but Mr. Cripps had asked them, well, how is it that you know that these 2 individuals that was ultimately captured in Officer Canada's body worn cam is the 2 individuals that exited the vehicle and started running? And he testified that he couldn't be sure. But I'm going to rewind this video to where the two occupants first get out of the vehicle and exit the vehicle and flee. And I want the court to pay attention to the clothing that the individuals are wearing. I'm gonna stop it. It's approximately like 3:30. The court can see that there's two individuals that exit this this stolen Chrysler 300 and began running. I'm going to now show the court People's Exhibit 3, which is the body worn cam of Officer Canada. Where both individuals are apprehended at about 2:47 in the video. You have two individuals there. And if the court was looking at the body, the scout car cam, the court can see that the person who exited the left side of the vehicle had on a sort of a blue light t-shirt.
We don't have the video up.
Okay. I'm gonna stop it here.
Yeah, it's not on the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. So did the court see the first individual that exited out of the vehicle on the left side?
Yes.
All right. And I'm just asking the court to pay particular attention to the individual's color of the clothing. And I'm gonna ask the court to pay attention to the right side of the 300 and the back pocket of that individual. And I'm going to cross-reference that with the body worn cam of Officer Canada at the time that he encounters both defendants behind, hiding in a bush. Starting at 2:55, the court can see the color clothing of the individual that's on the left side. And I'm going to fast forward to 5:17 of this video. where the court can observe. After both were apprehended, they were identified as Terrence Jordan, defendant number 1, and Marquise Washington, defendant number 2. And I'm asking the court to pay attention to, in this particular paint at 516, the clothing of the individual that was identified as Mr. Washington, the back pocket of Mr. Washington. And I was specifically asking the court to look at the color of the shirts that the person exited out of the left side of the vehicle. So what we have there, the people believe there's enough evidence for the fleeing and the eluding. The court was able to observe this particular vehicle with all 3 individuals constantly speeding up and trying to avoid the police. The issue in this case, though, is the carjacking, which is the most important charge. What we have is People v. Bass, which is 317 Mishat 241.264. It's a 2016 case that says reasonable inferences arising from the evidence or circumstantial evidence can be sufficient to prove identity. So how has the people proven the identity of the carjacking individuals, specifically Mr. 1 and Mr. 2? The people believe that their circumstantial evidence that not only places defendant number 3 at the scene of the carjacking, but also participate in the carjacking, because again, we had Bohouse testify that what was reported to her was that one of the carjacking individuals had on an orange hoodie and was armed with a 9mm. And we had the testimony from Officer Gilbert that he also recovered a 9mm from the front seat passenger side of the 300 after searching it, which was the side in which he testified that Mr. Washington had exited from. In regards to the carjacking, Your Honor, people go with their cell phones though. The cell phones that were taken from Mr. Jordan, people's evidence, well, the exact phones weren't placed into evidence, but the evidence tag numbers of 3 and 4, those phones were dumped, Your Honor, and you heard from the testimony that these cell phones had identifying information matching to both Mr. Terrence Jordan and Marquise Washington. Those phones were also mapped, Your Honor, and those mappings coincide with the location of the carjacking scene being at Preston Schoolcraft. And if the court looks at the map, the people's map, that where the towers were hitting, the map is in the area of Preston Schoolcraft, but there's also Schoolcraft and Greenfield. Schoolcraft was the location of the Siglo gas station where he subsequently called the police. So again, people go with their cell phones are, you have the cell phones of, according to the subscriber information belonging to Mr. Marquise Washington and Mr. Terrence Jordan, and they were talking to each other at the time of the, carjacking, Your Honor. And what's significant is about that is that some will say, well, they were together, why would they need to communicate if they were together? Well, someone has to bring a vehicle in order to take another vehicle. And Mr. Cannon's report in the 911 call was that they pulled up in a black Ram and then took his vehicle. They pulled up with the guns drawn. So it's the people contention that they were talking to each other because they're communicating with each other at this carjack scene, and then subsequently found together in the carjack vehicle about 10 or 11, at 10 or 11 o'clock later, which is 2 hours after this particular 911 call came in. The call came in at 2100, which is 9 o'clock PM. And they're communicating with each other at that time. What's also is significant about these cell phones and the information deduced from the subscriber information is the names that the OIC testified that she was given in order to secure these Instagram records. And I was specific about the dates and times because if you look at it, Your Honor, Mr. Jordan and Mr. Washington were communicating with each other on April the 8th. Prior to this carjacking, someone from the account YTM Marquise Washington is communicating with B. Moti, Terrence Jordan. B. Moti is the name that the officer testified that she knows from Terrence Jordan, and he has the same email address as that's the email address, terrencejordan23@gmail.com. That's the email address that's affiliated with the Meta account. So the defense counsel will say, well, hey, that may be his dad. His dad was not seen exiting that vehicle, jumping out of that 300, running from the police at 10 o'clock at night, Your Honor. That is Terrence Jordan. The people believe that's circumstantial evidence that both of them are conspiring. This is actually a conspiracy. If someone, Mr. Washington said, is there you know somebody that'll buy 300. Then he says, I gotta get rid of it because I can't be riding around in that BTC, so have to get it gone as soon as I get it. He has and then the account BMOT says, do you have a picture of it? And then he sends a picture of the 300. The court was able to see that the license plate of that 300 was EHG 8114, in which Bolthouse testified that that's the vehicle they was looking into, and then Ms. Smith testified that that's the vehicle that her son had. So they were conspiring to take this man's vehicle the day before they took it. They took it on April 9th, and then are found actually in this carjacking vehicle, Your Honor. So it's the people contention that the people have met their burden of probable cause to believe that all three of these individuals were not only at the Schoolcraft Press location, when they took this vehicle from Mr. Cannon, and then subsequently in the Grand River area where they took, where they were found and they took the vehicle. What's also is important is that Mr. Jordan was on the tether. And the tether record put him in the Grand River area at 9 o'clock at night, the area of the carjacking scene. So all of this circumstantial evidence, Your Honor, points to the fact that Terrence Jordan and Marquise Washington were the people who carjacked Mr. Cannon on April 9th, 2020. And again, a gun was found in the vehicle, that 9mm. As this court knows, possession can be joint. And the people believe that they jointly, although it was found on the side of Mr. Washington, possession can be joint, and they each possess this weapon jointly, Your Honor. But again, in regards to the carjacking, Mr. Jordan was not only at the carjacking scene, but he was an active participant in the fact that his phone records placed him there and his tether records placed him there. And the defense counsel said, well, hey, can someone take off their tether? Yes, someone can take their tether off, but the reason I asked about the last location was because it tracks him to the DDC, and we know that they were arrested and then taken to the DDC, Your Honor. You see them in Canada's vehicle being arrested, although I think it was Stuckey who testified that he was the transporting officer. But the records are consistent with tracking his movements from the Grand River location at 9 o'clock until the DDC at the time that they were arrested. And I also asked Boathouse whether or not she had the key fob from that 300, the key fob belonging to the stolen vehicle. And she said, no, actually Mr. Cannon had his key fob. What's significant about that is that in order to start a vehicle, you have to have the key fob. So that means that car never cut off. So from the time they took that vehicle to the time that they were caught, that vehicle continued to run. That's also circumstantial evidence that the people who were found in that vehicle are the people that took that vehicle, because Mr. Cannon had his own key fob. They didn't have it, none of them had it. So how could they start the vehicle if they had received it and concealed it from someone else? They took that vehicle, Your Honor. And the people believe there's enough on this record, and I put my burden to the proper cause there, and I ask that you bind over.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Scott. Starting with Mr. Cripps.
Thank you, Your Honor. The court, of course, on behalf of Terrence Jordan, be charged with counts 1 through 4 and count 6. Mr. Jordan, I believe, there's wholly insufficient evidence in this case to bind him over on any of these charges. We've heard a lot of testimony in this case, Judge, but no direct testimony in relation to Terrence Jordan. Of course, you have to start out with the fact that we know that the person who allegedly was carjacked here came into this honorable court and asserted the Fifth Amendment and refused to testify in this case. All of which certainly doesn't assist the prosecution, and I think should cause great concern for the court as to what the heck are we doing here in a case where the complainant is taking the Fifth Amendment. We can't read into any motivations why someone takes the Fifth. I understand that. But if someone surmise that if someone knows they haven't told the truth about a given situation, and they're advised by counsel that they shouldn't take the stand if they've lied, I suggest that that's what's led to this mess of a case that's been introduced. I didn't at any time hear anybody identify Terrence Jordan as having been involved as a carjacker in this case. The only time we ever heard any identification of anybody from the witness stand was all the way today, the last day of these multiple day exams, where Ms. Smith takes a witness stand and looks at Mr. Jordan and others in the courtroom, doesn't identify Mr. Jordan as been in that vehicle at all, but identifies Mr. Hawkins. And said, in addition, that he was wearing that orange type sweatshirt, which if you put it together with what Officer Joel Gilbert testified to, he didn't testify that there were 3 occupants in that vehicle. He testified that there were 2 who jumped out of that vehicle. And one jumped out of the driver's seat, one jumped out of the passenger seat. And one of the persons who jumped out of that vehicle was the driver, who, guess what, was wearing an orange sweatshirt. Not Terrence Jordan. And, prosecution makes great pains to impress upon the court that she believes it's Mr. Washington who jumped out of the passenger seat because of this pocket, this unique pocket. So as I counted, two people were alleged, according to Joel Gilbert, to jump out of the vehicle, none of whom would be Terrence Jordan by inference there. So there's totally insufficient evidence that shows that Mr. Jordan committed any kind of carjacking, any kind of carrying a concealed weapon, possessing a weapon for felony firearm purposes, or fleeing from the police or resisting arrest. It's just wholly insufficient. Now, when you try to use all these things such as cell tower, cell phone, all those sort of things, they're very imprecise in terms of putting anybody at a given exact location. And I think the experts all admitted that. And so even if you were to assess that, that's almost a mile range of where any given phone could be, not at a precise spot where carjacking occurs. So I don't think that assists the court in any way to say that in fact Terrence Jordan committed this carjacking. Well, then she has these tether records. And as I see it, we've heard over and over again that the armed robbery took place, the carjacking took place at April 9th, 2022 at 9:01 p.m. And Corporal Loftus testified that at 9:01 p.m., the tether that's associated with my client was at 4056 Kendall Street, not at the scene of where this carjacking occurs. So I see that as exculpatory evidence that was introduced in relation to the exact location. And the exact location of the tether is a lot more precise than cell tower records, because we have the mile radius for cell tower. He says within a few feet on a tether location. And at 9:01, my client's on Kendall Street, not at the scene of this location. And so, Your Honor, I believe that there's not much more in this case in relation to my client. I believe that when you look at the probable cause standard, there's insufficient evidence to show that Terrence Jordan in any way committed this carjacking. There's no eyewitness testimony putting him as a carjacker. There's no any other supporting evidence to place him as being a carjacker. I don't even have him bailing out of that car by any eyewitness. We had Officer Gilbert's testimony that says there were two people, and it certainly didn't testify that my client was one of those two people who bailed out of the vehicle. So I just don't see how there's been an establishment of a case to this level of probable cause that Terrence Michael Jordan Jr. Committed this offense, was at the scene, possessed any gun. It's just not there. So for those reasons, Your Honor, we would ask that you dismiss all charges against Terrence Michael Jordan Jr. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cripps.
Thank you.
Mr. Taylor or Ms. Bryan? We'll go with Mr. Taylor since he's in court right now.
Your Honor, my client, Mr. Huffman, is only been charged with with police assault. There's nowhere in any testimony that I've seen that he had a gun or that he carjacked anyone. Now, there's testimony that that drove the car off after the initial incident, but other than that, there's nothing here to substantiate he was part of the carjacking. There's no evidence, and as the court knows, that my client should be able to cross-examine his accuser. Since the victim is pleading the fifth, there's no way that we can cross-examine him, so I don't think the prosecution approved the burden of carjacking or weapons. There's nowhere in the evidence that said that my client had a gun or was part of this carjacking. For that, I don't believe they approved the burden.
All right, thank you, sir. Ms. Frenulay.
Thank you, Your Honor. First off, quite frankly, it's irrelevant what the people believe. It's what the evidence shows. And in this case, what we have is a lot of inconsistency. And I'm going to start with the first one being the fact that we don't even have a complaining witness who is willing to testify, because whatever he has said was such a falsehood that he is at risk of being convicted of a crime because the people were going to give him immunity. And I think it is very important to point that out first. Now let's go through all the alleged pieces of evidence that could even tie Mr. Washington to this matter. One, Mr. Washington was with a group of friends. Okay, we've all been with the wrong crowd at some point in time. He is alleged to have jumped out of a vehicle. Okay, at most, you could probably argue is resisting and obstructing. But you cannot at any time show fleeing and eluding because one, there's no argument or evidence presented that he was a driver or a driver in this vehicle. So you can't even go there. The people want to harp on this firearm being found allegedly on the side that Mr. Washington allegedly jumped out of. Well, let's look at that video again, shall we? Even the testimony that was provided from the officer indicated that he believed Mr. Washington to be the individual who jumped out of the back seat. The firearm was located in the front seat. Even for possession, you still have to show, not even for constructive possession, you have to show knowledge, even for dominion and control to even take hold. So we don't have that either. Now let's get to the big bulk thing of this, which is the carjacking case. Please, in the record, please identify any type of evidence that clearly indicates that Mr. Washington was probably involved. Okay, the people want to say, well, the complainant allegedly had his keys in his pocket, so this vehicle never shut off. Well, how many of us have picked up someone without turning our cars off? Is that supposed to be a reasonable inference of a crime, or you're deemed to be a participant in whatever that driver has done prior to them arriving to your location? I think not. That is not a reasonable inference. Second, let's go through the fact that Mr. Washington is allegedly the rear passenger in this vehicle, but that ties him to nothing else. He is not found with a firearm. His clothing is not identified. At most, Mr. Washington is guilty of being with the wrong people in the vehicle. The people want to look at these alleged tracking and text messages. Well, what we looked at was the record of Mr. Jordan. That is what we looked at. And the record, the Instagram record, meta record, of Mr. Jordan indicated a conversation that he had with someone, but does not specifically identify that that someone is Mr. Marquise Washington, but they had a conversation with someone. And she wants to present that this was a conspiracy of which there are no facts to allege that, because she doesn't even have basic facts to show that there was a concerted action between all the parties that are charged in this case. It is insufficient. On top of that, alleged concerted action, the only thing that you have in those messages repeatedly is two individuals talking about a vehicle, but that was even before the allegation. That is even before the alleged carjacking. So if you want to take that in and make some reasonable inferences, well, how about you make the reasonable inference that maybe this was an insurance job? Maybe there was an attempted insurance job by the complainant, and that's why he didn't want to testify. Maybe, in fact, this was not a carjacking or a carjacking occurring, but actually Mr. Cannon trying to do something else with his vehicle, and now he is skirted away scot-free, even though he was going to get immunity. So, Your Honor, even if you take all of the elements and the purported facts in this case, with carjacking, you have to show that Mr. Washington knew or was a participant in this action. There's no even probability of that. And even a piecemeal little bit circumstantial evidence that the people want to argue doesn't even go to Mr. Washington. It goes to the other two individuals. Then if you want to go to the fleeing and eluding, he wasn't a driver. You can't get fleeing and eluding if you're not the driver. You want to go to resisting and obstructing, at most he ran from the police. And how many young men run from the police even when they have not done anything, even when they are not in the wrong, because they are automatically scared for what could occur when they have that interaction. So, Your Honor, we have been through this exam maybe 10 days. We have had a non-participating complainant, the people trying to get in piecemeal irrelevant information through other individuals, provide documentation that is inadmissible in this court, and are trying to tie up 3 young men with life offenses for which she doesn't even have the basis to go to trial on. This matter won't even make it to trial. You have a non-participating witness. This matter will not make it to trial. So you have wasted the people's time. You have wasted these young men's time on a case that will not go anywhere when there was nothing to go anywhere. So, Your Honor, I'm asking for a dismissal of the charges as it applies to Mr. Washington.
Ms. Scott?
Ma'am, reply?
Yeah, but I know that, Mr. Washington wasn't charged with playing in the loop, but you go ahead.
Mr. Who?
Washington?
He was not, Your Honor. I was just addressing all the charges. That's all.
Yeah, he's charged with assisting resulting in obstruction.
Okay, yeah, I'm good.
So, Your Honor, despite with, let me start with defense counsel, number 1. He says that there's no eyewitness testimony to place his client anywhere. Well, they're the ones found in it, they're the ones that took it. And the reason why the people drew the connection, the connection was drawn with the cell phone records. They are plotting on this guy. They say, oh, he's in the 300. Oh, he jumped out of the 300. He's no longer in this 300. He didn't jump in the scat. He a little nigga. They're plotting on this guy. They're watching this man. They're trying to get his vehicle, which they do. And so defense counsel number 2 says, hey, well, they may be, maybe he's committed some type of, he being Mr. Cannon, is trying to commit some type of insurance job. These text messages don't show anything about Mr. Cannon trying to get rid of his vehicle. What they show is defendant number 1 and then defendant number 2, YTN Bar and BMOT, trying to get this vehicle. And they do, and they get it. So just because you don't have eyewitness testimony, say, oh, I didn't see this person do this, and defense counsel doesn't know what I have in regards to what I can do in circuit court. This is just one court. I can go and appeal the court's decision to make him testify. That's just one thing that the defense counsel has at their disposal right now. If this case is filed over, they don't know what I'm going to do or what I have in regards to getting Mr. Cannon to testify. That's the problem. They think the case is going to go away. It's not. There's more than enough evidence to suggest it is just as powerful as direct evidence. You don't have to have an eyewitness testimony. I have every single text message. Their phones are in that location that they took this vehicle. You don't know, you can't describe the wind, but you know it exists. The same way in this case, you don't know, no, there's no eyewitness to say that this person took the vehicle. What we do have is the evidence, their cell phone records, them plotting on this guy, the tether records, place him at 901, yeah, he was on Kendall, but at 906, 1582 Grand River. That's where the Citgo gas station was at. So he said, so from 901, he was on Kendall Street somewhere. The car didn't come in to 9 o'clock. So it takes minutes to move, Your Honor. And you saw him being tracked from the location of Grand River to the DDC. Mr. Jordan and Mr. Washington, they were plotting on this man's vehicle. They took this man's vehicle, and the people asked that you bind them over at charge. Adding Mr. Huffman to the carjacking because he's the one that had on that orange hoodie that the officer testified to that one of the carjackers was described as wearing.
All right.
Your Honor, may I say something real quick? One line.
No.
Okay.
All right. having had a chance to review testimony, I do not believe that the people have met their burden as to probable cause as to count one for defendants 1, 2, or 3. Juan Cannon testified, was brought on the stand and testified that at some point his car was taken upon talking with counsel and later consulting with a court-appointed attorney, invoked his Fifth Amendment right not to testify. And from that point forward, I needed something else to establish that a carjacking took place. It took place around the gas station. There's no video of the incident. It sounds like there was a clerk who might have been asked to call, no testimony from that person. It sounds like Mr. Cannon might have been with somebody else, no testimony from that person. I don't have anybody to testify that a carjacking took place. Got a lot of evidence to suggest that the 3 individuals before me, or excuse me, that Mr. Jordan and Mr. Washington were looking at this vehicle. I've seen Instagram messages, pictures of that car. I'm curious to see where those pictures were taken. It looked like there was some sort of auto shop, but it's not a question for me to ask. And later on, they're found in that car, approximately 20 minutes after a 911 call by the plaintiff witness's mom, who was in that area at the time. Weapon found in the car. Both Mr. Huffman and Mr. Jordan are seen driving that car, running away from the, after police have given audio and visual signals to stop, as well as when those 3 individuals, as those 3 individuals leave that car, running away after they abandon the car. I believe that defendants 1 and 2, Mr. Jordan and Mr. Washington, are both charged with the CCW. Mr. Huffman is not. And I believe that defendants 1 and 2 are charged with the resisting and obstructing as far as it relates to Officer McKinney. And then defendant 3 is charged as to Mr. Gilbert, as Officer Gilbert. And I believe that the record has established enough evidence to proceed on those charges. So as to Mr. Jordan, sir, this matter is going to be bound over on count 1, carrying a concealed weapon, count 2, fleeing and eluding in the 4th degree, count 3, police officers resisting and obstructing. And count 6, felony firearm. As to,
You said bind over on count 6?
yes,
That attaches to the carjacking. In the complaint.
you want to amend that to the fleeing and eluding 4? Or can it be amended to the fleeing and eluding 4?
Think about the evidence. Yes, because then that will make it consistent with the carrying concealed weapon, Your Honor, even though it doesn't attach to the carrying concealed weapon.
Attached to the carrying concealed.
I know, so it was consistent with the evidence though.
No, we would object to amendment post-exam. And I don't think it's sufficient evidence.
I'm going to allow the amendment. As to Mr.
Which count would that attach to, Your Honor?
Count 6, attached to count 3, fleeing and eluding.
Complete.
As to Mr. Washington, found over on count 2, carrying concealed. Count 4, resisting and obstructing. And then as to Mr. Huffman, count 3, fleeing and eluding an officer. And count 5, resisting and obstructing. These matters are bound over to circuit court. The arraignment date is going to be July 7th, 2023 at 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank
Thank you for all the time you put into this. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Good, good.
Taylor, you were the first one here.
Distraction. Yeah.
I got the binder form.
Well, you know, overtime.
I think
you don't get over.
I think all this should have come. Giving houses, well, you don't like.
No, I left mine like.
We'll take donations from the fence now.
Oh, yeah. I see you later, y'all. Oh, just got still good.
You too, thank you.
I said, I got the binder. Scott.
Yes, Your Honor.
Working
You have some of
hard.
my exhibits.
What's that?
Oh.
I gave you all your exhibits.
Oh, okay, no. Sorry, what were you saying?
I said, you're working hard out here.
Yes, I am. Yes, yes, yes.
Did an excellent job.
Thank you,
Very diligent.
thank you.
I got one more. Two. She got 2 counts. Mr. Chris.
Yes,
You're working very hard out here.
Yes, Mr. Cripps, you are the hardest working defense attorney besides your wife.